valid from 25th April 2025 to 25th April 2027. The State Department established that the parties involved in the project were Mr. Matthew Kipkoech Keter as the developer or client, and Force Designs and Building Solutions Limited as the contractor, and not Coastlink Building Works Limited, as indicated in the request for the statement. The contractor was registered with the National Construction Authority under registration number 830585-B/0324, category Building Works NCA3 with a valid license. The State Department further informed the committee that the developer had engaged Engineer Ngugi Jacob Kipe, registration number A4926 as the project engineer, and architect Maimba Kahara, registration number A2107 as the project architect. However, the engineer subsequently withdrew his indemnity on the project fired letter ref number JK02/250606 dated 6th June 2025, while the architect formally withdrew from the project fired letter ref MK2425 dated 30th January 2026. The State Department also informed the committee that an inspection conducted on 30th June 2026 established that the project was proceeding without the supervision of the project consultants. Consequently, the National Construction Authority issued suspension of works, order number 197588. Regarding the cause of the collapse, the State Department indicated that investigations undertaken since 8 May 2026 revealed that the collapse resulted from structural deficiencies, poor workmanship, and non-compliance with approved designs. Although the project had obtained development approval from the county government, an NEMA license, and NCA registration, inspections reveal contradictions between the approval plans and the actual construction, which had exceeded the approval height. While approval had been granted for 8 floors, the building had reached 9 floors at the time of the collapse. The State Department concluded that the collapse stemmed from a combination of exceeding the approval height, disregarding regulatory orders, and structural weaknesses, thereby underscoring enforcement gaps and violation of NCA standards. Honorable Speaker, regarding the explanation on how the collapsed building had risen as high as 8 stories at the time of collapse, yet the area is within a flight buffer zone restricted to 4 stories, and the actions taken for violation, the State Department informed the committee that whereas the statement raised the issue that Ole Nairi site lies within a flight buffer zone restricted to 4 stories, a review of statutory approvals and regulatory records showed no evidence that Ngong or Lua is formally designated as a flight buffer zone. The State Department further indicated that it had sought clarification from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority on the matter. Honorable Speaker, regarding the steps taken to settle the tenants and homeowners who moved as a result of the collapse and the support being extended to families of the deceased workers, the State Department informed the committee that the settlement of victims of disasters, such as building collapses, is a shared responsibility across several institutions. county governments through their county disaster risk management committees, coordinate local disaster response, including shelter and relocation. At the national level, the National Disaster Operations Center oversees evacuations, provision of safe refuge, and delivery of essential supplies, while the National Disaster Management Unit under the Ministry of Interior provides command and coordination during emergencies during the National Emergency Disaster Plan. The State Department further informed the committee that the National Disaster Risk Management Authority, established under the 2026 Act, provides legal framework for disaster risk management by coordinating national and county efforts, managing the Disaster Risk Management Fund, and ensuring that victims receive resettlement support. The State Department indicated that this mandate remains focused on technical inspection, regulatory compliance, and advisory services within the construction sector. In recognition of the need for coordinated action, it has established a multi-sectorial agency to bring together key players in the construction sector and relevant disaster response agencies. The committee is intended to foster collaboration and synergy aimed at enhancing safety and orderliness in the built environment. The State Department further informed the committee that it is in the process of gazetting the committee to provide it with statutory authority and enable it to address cross-cutting issues such as resettlement in a structured and legally backed manner. The State Department also informed the committee that it continues to experience significant financial constraints in executing its coordination mandate, particularly in responding to building collapses and undertaking continuous inspection aimed at identifying and addressing structural deficiencies before collapses occur. These challenges are further compounded by the absence of a legal mandate for multi-sectorial agency consultative committee, which limits its effectiveness in coordinating enforcement and preventive interventions. Honorable Speaker, regarding the measures taken to restore the access road in Olenairi destroyed during the clearance of rubble from the site of the collapsed building, the State Department informed the committee that while road restoration is outside its direct mandate, it is proactively strengthening multi-agency coordination through multi-sectorial agency consultative committee. The State Department indicated that this framework will ensure that future responses to disasters, whether involving access roads, structural safety, or resettlement, are handled collaboratively with clear accountability and enhanced efficiency. Honorable Speaker, regarding the measures in place to ensure that construction workers across Kenya are covered by adequate occupational safety and health protection and compensation frameworks, the State Department informed the committee that Occupational Safety and Health Act Cap 236A provides the legal foundation for workers' protection in Kenya, and it is enforced by Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services under the Ministry of Labor. Employers are legally required to register workplaces, implement safety measures, and provide compensation for injuries sustained at work. The Work Injury Benefits Act complements OSHA by ensuring that injured workers...
Order, Chairperson, what is out of order, Honorable?
Just, Speaker, you see, there seems to be general consensus on the agreement of that answer. And because the Honorable Ngogoyo is here, and probably the only one interested in that matter, because I can see everybody else is on his phone and doing other things, you could actually give the response, because it's lengthy and long, of course detailed, and we thank whoever prepared it for it. We give it to the Honorable Ngogoyo. He reads, if he has issues, he can raise with him, and then we move on. We seem to be stuck.
Honorable Chairperson, how long do you have to go?
Almost. And all these are very critical points, Mr. Speaker. Very critical points. I'm almost.
Proceed.
Yeah, maybe two. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Mbaya, your concern.
So together with this framework established, there's a statutory obligations for worker safety and compensation. The State Department further informed the committee that the National Construction Authority plays a complementary role by accrediting and certifying skilled construction workers and its supervisors, thereby ensuring that only qualified personnel are engaged in the project. The accreditation reduces risk and enhances safety standards on construction sites. The State Department indicated that responsibility for worker safety is shared with employers, contractors required to comply with Occupational Safety Health Act provision, provide protection equipment and maintain safety working conditions, while Director of Occupational Safety and Health Services enforces compliance, and NCA strengthens safety through accreditation. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the State Department informed the committee that it remains committed to strengthening regulatory oversight, enhancing coordination among relevant agencies, and promoting safety within the built environment. The State Department indicated that it has requested additional budgetary allocation through its submission to the National Assembly to support timely emergency response, routine inspections, for sending inspections, and improve interagency coordination, thereby enabling more effective prevention of building collapses and other construction-related disasters. The State Department further stated that it remains committed to implementing the recommendation arising from its investigation and taking all necessary measures to safeguard lives and property. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit and attach to what I have just read is submission from the State Department for Public Works. A copy of the same was availed to the Honorable Member in advance, Honorable Member Ngogoyo. Thank you,
Honorable Onesmus Ngogoyo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the Chair. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, as I appreciate the good response and detailed response, and thank you for intervening so that this detailed response, the public, even those in Nairobi and other counties, can know from the State Department that the construction of this particular building, there are a number of things that have come out to be very clear. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to ask the chair of the committee. They have detected 3 abnormalities that were present in that building. Number 1, it did not have an architect. He had withdrawn last year, June. So the construction was ongoing without an architect. The resident engineer, Ngugi, resigned this year, January, but the building was ongoing. Now that there is either an omission or a commission, there is an error that has happened. What is the State Department doing to prosecute whoever was ongoing without an engineer as required by law and an architect as required by law? What is the State Department doing? Because the DCI say they are waiting for a report from Public Works. Have you forwarded the same to DCI so that they can go on with this? I also want to register my appreciation that even on a number of issues that were not in the State Department for Public Works, like disaster management, you have said that the co-shared responsibilities, you have deficiencies in mitigating some of the problems that have come there, and that one I have noted very well. In this case, because the response is detailed, I just want to know from you, have you forwarded the same information to DCI? And anybody who doubts that statements provide answers in this parliament or in the public, this statement is an example of what a good working committee can do. And I want to thank the new chair for bringing in this good response on time. On that one answer, I'd request, Mr. Speaker, you allow him to respond to me.
The Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to say that I have noted the concerns of Honorable Ngogoyo, and his concern, I want to say, is very genuine, very genuine. And I also want to thank him because he's very concerned about his constituents. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to be on record that I'll bring more clarification concerning that the first week after recess. Thank you. I'll get in touch with the ministry.
I think we will leave it at that, but also to alert members that the proceedings of the House are public, and the DCI, in terms of their investigations, should be observing the proceedings and should know what to do in terms of the investigations or further investigations they want to take. Yeah, what is out of order, Honorable Pukose?
You know, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ngogoyo thanked the committee. This report has also come from the ministry. He should also thank the ministry and the government by extension that is doing a good work.
Yeah, that one goes under what Honorable Tiendamolo would call judicial notice, as the report has come from a government ministry. Yeah, so let us go to the next response. Yes, Honorable Ngogoyo.
Why you see me insisting on this response? 4 lives were lost, not of residents of Kajiado North. One came from Bomet, one came from Navakolo. They were just simple painters painting a house, and it crashed on them. Those 4 lives must be accounted for by this National Assembly.
Yes.
We must be accountable. That's why I'm insisting, let it be on public record that the ministry did its work. It is a contractor who had his own work that ended up bringing the lives of 4 individuals down.
Yeah, it is already on record, and the chair also informed that you already have a copy of the report. So there are some things you can do to help with the investigations without, being publicly on record, really. Yeah, the response by the Chair, Transport and Infrastructure Committee to the statement request by Honorable Peter Masara.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker,
Is Honorable Peter Masara in the House?
and if he is not,
Well, if he's in the House, as per tradition, please table the response. Table the response.
Honorable Speaker, I think for the record of Parliament and this House, I would state that I think we had shared the response with Honorable Masara. It's about the bridge, the Migori Bridge. And I think it will be in order because to table this report, but to let them know that the works have been contracted and the contractor will be on site as soon as possible. I may now table the report.
No,
Thank you.
I want for once to review the direction I've given on that. This is the one concerning the main bridge in the middle of Migori.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
This one will be treated as the property of the House. Even absent the member, I want you to read the specific recommendations you're making. Because that bridge is cutting off a transnational highway. That's the only way going through Tanzania, through Sirare border.
Honorable Speaker, I think in summary is the fact that this bridge was undermined by the so much rains that has happened, and that happened through the area where the bridge substructure was undermined. However, the bridge itself remains intact. So the ministry has done the following regarding to the work that had been requested by Honorable Masara. regarding the reasons why there was delay is because the water levels stayed high for long, and the ministry needed to design and validate the kind of work that needed to be done to provide solution for this bridge. The ministry further submitted that the permanent solution include installation of additional hydraulic capacity, a box culvert, in addition to reinstating the washed out section. The ministry indicated that Kenya has secured necessary funding, which was provided for in the supplementary budget, and as such the works have been advertised, and we have given Honorable Masara the advertisement published notice on the newspapers, which was done on 23rd of June. And regarding the timelines, Honorable Speaker, within which the work will commence, is that the work will commence as soon as the procurement process is complete. The ministry is further submitting that the duration of construction will be 6 months, with a defects liability period of 12 months. Regarding the measures put in place to ensure that the safety of motorists and pedestrians and other road users pending completion of the rehabilitation works, the ministry submitted that Kenya will install warning signs, barricades, and traffic management measures on the affected bridge. The ministry further submitted that road users will be directed and guided to designated alternative routes where applicable, while regular monitoring and maintenance of the safety installations will be done on site. Honorable Speaker, the ministry also submitted that the contractor will ensure the safety of the public is maintained throughout the construction period until the bridge is reopened. So in summary, Honorable Speaker, funds have been secured, the procurement process has begun. As soon as it is complete, these works will be done. The contract period will be 6 months after when the works finally commences. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And just to notify the House that Honorable Masara is back to the House.
Yeah, the Honorable Francis Peter Masara. Yeah, what do you have to say to the response from the ministry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, appreciate the response as per the chair. But Chairman, I'm not satisfied. Migori Bridge is the gateway to Tanzania. Migori Bridge connects Suna West and Suna East, the CBD of Migori County, the headquarters of South Nyanza. Mr. Speaker, for the last 6 months, there's no business going on within the town. When you want the people, I'm sure the people of Migori now are listening to the response. 2 months plus 6 months is 8 months. That will be 1.5 years when the town is closed. Mr. Speaker, this is not going to be fair to the people. More so in terms of security. That bridge as it is now, it is close to using Maram. And remember, a person who want to move to the other side goes, travel extra almost 13 kilometers round. You were in Migori the other day for the committee work, Mr. Speaker. You saw how it was a big problem. Therefore, I'm requesting the ministry or the government, if possible, let the military, the KDF be deployed to repair that bridge so that the people of Migori and the traders and any other activity which needs that bridge can go on. Mr. Speaker, waiting for 2 months for procurement, if you don't get a contractor, you will wait for another 2 months. When the contractor is on the ground, mobilization and what? You don't want to tell me we'll suffer until next year during election when we still don't have a bridge. Mr. Speaker, if it is possible, let this be treated as an emergency. Let the KDF team be released to repair that bridge before the next, because if we leave it for the next 2 months, we'll have September rains. They'll be raining until November. And then we'll have another rain next year, and you can't predict when the rain will, as the weather the men were saying, this time around, there will be a lot of rain, but it is unpredictable. So now that there is dry spell, can it be done within the next 3 or 4 weeks, or 1 month or 2 months with our KDF, so that the people of Migori can enjoy the services of that bridge? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me come to the assistance of my brother, Honorable Masara, because he says he listened to the response and is not satisfied, but he was not here part of it. So I want to confirm that even the part when he was not here was still not satisfactory, Honorable Masara. Because, Mr. Speaker, I have used that route in recent times, and it is true that it takes you more than an hour actually to go around that bridge.
And I think that is of high inconvenience, not just to the people of Migori, but to this country, because it's the gateway of trade with the Republic of Tanzania. But Mr. Speaker, let me also say that I heard the chair use the word that the bridge has been undermined for long. Those were the words that were used. And I'd like the chair to, in further clarification, explain what that undermined means. You know, as a veteran protester, and some of us here have been veteran protesters, we know that for long, that Migori Bridge was our tool of protest. and if that is so, we want it reinforced in such a manner that in the unlikely event that in future it has to be used as a tool, it will not be undermined. But let it be a lesson also to those who are planning to protest even tomorrow, that even as we protest, let us try not to interfere with infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to thank the chair for that very brief summary. Mr. Speaker, may you inform Honorable Masara I'm on a point of order.
Never doubt.
So he can't be on a point of order on a point of order.
Yes.
Yes. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that even in the process of managing protests, no one should undermine any infrastructure, whether it is the police, whether it is the citizens, whether it is government or anyone else. But I support the idea of having very quick works on that bridge. But Mr. Speaker, may I lastly urge that as you retire as the Speaker's panel, we review the time it takes to answer individual questions. The chair has done very well here, but there are chairs who take almost an hour for an answer that has been given to a member, so that there should be some direction that once you have given the response, yours should be a summary, and then the member comments. Otherwise, we take the whole day listening to 2 or 3 questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Otiende Amolo, the point you are raising is already picked by the Rules Committee and is under deep consideration in terms of possible amendments to the standing order provisions. The Honorable Namuar.
Chair, I want to thank Honorable Masara for this statement and the response given by the committee. Honorable Chair, having worked in Migori for 3.5 years, I want to support that this bridge get the attention, the utmost attention required. But joyriding on the same, Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention that in Loima, for example, you have to come all the way from Lorgum, which is the headquarters of Loima constituency, to Lodwa, and then get to another part of the constituency. You will spend more than 1.5 hours. But if you cross, you will spend less than 30 minutes or even 20 minutes. Meaning, there is need for us to see if we can have a crossing, an immediate crossing for the whole constituency or sub-county to be served adequately within the required timeline. Again, in my constituency, Turkana Central, Honorable Speaker, I am trying to construct a new road across River Kerio, where we have a totally forgotten community in the Loriu ranges. And it has taken long for the ministry. And I think the chair for budget and appropriation is listening. We have more than 10 polling stations in that part of the world. And they only see government when they are voting, because ballot boxes and ballot papers are brought by helicopter and taken back by an helicopter. I think for this time, we will request if we can be able to curtail the use of helicopter and then use that, make that bridge, we will serve the 10 polling stations very adequately, and then we will also be able to serve the residents in those places, because currently they don't have schools, they don't have dispensaries, they don't have water, because we can't access them adequately. I've raised this several with the ministry, and it is good if it gets the required attention. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, You know, we need to go to other business. Honorable Karoli.
1 minute. Honorable Speaker, I also have deep interests in Migori. So thank you for the opportunity. What I was wondering, why the broad-based brigade is not asking for a bypass for Migori town. Because we are planning to give them one sometime next year when Linda Mwananchi takes over.
Honorable Karoli.
Because that bridge,
this is a House of Representatives, and you speak for the entire nation. It's not for a section of people to ask questions concerning any part of the country. Any MP indeed, as Honorable Namwar has done, can raise an issue of concern within any part of the country.
Honorable Speaker, with your guidance, may I, on behalf of the broad-based brigade who acquired, ask that the government immediately takes the necessary action to design and implement a bypass road network for Migori town.
Honorable Karoli, you are undermining Honorable Peter Masara without a substantive motion, because he has made that request. Honorable Masara, I have not given you the mic, so that we may go to other business. Honorable Chair, this is the bridge in the middle of Migori town, if you don't know it. To the west side of that bridge is Suna West. To the east is Suna East. Is there a way in which there can be a procurement process that secures that those works, start immediately?
Honorable Speaker, the procurement of the work has commenced. So the only thing that we can do is what to do in the matter of its urgency. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the suggestion by Honorable Masara that this be moved to defense will subsequently remove this idea from Transport and Roads and Transport Committee to probably defense. So I do not know how we'd want to go forward with it, but the commitment that the ministry gave is that the works have been advertised. As soon as the bids are received, it will be prioritized for evaluation for works to commence as soon as possible.
Honorable Peter Masara.
And funding has been provided.
Yes. You know the minister concerned, the CS Chirchir. He's a man of his word, and he's a man of expedition and efficiency. Let us trust the ministry under the guidance of the House through the committee to expeditiously, take the matter as a matter of, national interest. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023. Question to be proposed.
Yeah, honorable members, I now put the question that this House do agree sorry, honorable members. Honorable members, I propose the question. This House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, up to clause 39, and seek leave to see it again. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Honorable members, I therefore now put the question. This House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, up to clause 39, and seek leave to sit again. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Would Honorable Kuria Kimani approach the speaker? Yes. Yeah, Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Speaker, I think with time we'll have to be very careful how you pronounce our names, Kuria Kimani and Kimani Shongwa, because they, when you said Kimani Kuria, the majority party was running back to the house.
I've noted.
Wondering what the business.
Very many lapses on Honorable Kimani Kuria. Let us do some procedural step here before you. Can you read, can you go back to order number 5?
Order number 5, papers.
Yes, Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 24th of June, 2026. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the following. 1, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2026. And 2, the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Lei. Next order.
Order number 9, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, second reading.
The Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Samuel Atande.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, you need to indulge me so that I can speak to my brother, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, who mentioned that the Linda Mwananchi will take over power, I think, in the next 1 or 2 years. I wanted to remind him that this presidential candidate was suspended by the ODM party and is currently partyless. He's gone back to court to seek for justice. I don't know how he's planning to, how that outfit is planning to take over power from us when their candidate has no political party anyway. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is a very, very short bill. The County Allocation of Revenue Bill is prepared pursuant to Article 2181 of the Constitution and Section 19.3 of the PFM Act, which requires Parliament to determine and specify the allocation among county governments of nationally raised revenue allocated to them. Honorable Speaker, the sharing of the revenue among the 47 counties is guided by the 4th basis of revenue sharing, which was approved by this Parliament, in the last financial year. Honorable Speaker, this bill was published on 30th April 2026 and passed by the Senate with amendments on Wednesday, 17th June 2026. The bill was transmitted to this House for concurrence in accordance with Article 1110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, we need to timely pass this bill to enable county governments to be able to access the resources that we have already allocated to them under Division Revenue Act, which was recently passed. Honorable Speaker, the bill, as passed by the Senate, provides that the allocation of 428 billion to country governments as the equitable share of nationally raised revenue for the financial year 2026-2027. Honorable Speaker, this, as I have said, this was the money which was allocated under the Division Revenue Act, which we just passed. And Honorable Speaker, if you would remember, in the last financial year, the share of allocations to counties was 415 billion. In this financial year, it was raised by 13 billion to 428 billion. Honorable Speaker, the sharing of these revenues among counties is guided by the 4th basis for revenue sharing, which comprises 3 components. The first component is the baseline allocation, The second one is the affirmative allocation, and the third one is the county allocation index. Honorable, the baseline allocation is the allocations which were given to counties in the financial year 2024-2025, which was 387.425 billion. The affirmative allocation, Honorable Speaker, is to take care of about 12 counties which are basically disadvantaged because of three fundamental factors. One, they are either very small, and therefore they will not be able to benefit from the geographical index factor. Also, their population is also small, so they will not also able to benefit from the population index factor, which is a factor for sharing of the county revenues. And thirdly, also in terms of the county allocation index, which I've just mentioned, they were not favored with that allocation as well. So the affirmative action allocation for the purpose of this bill is 4.46 billion, which will be shared among the 12 counties that I've mentioned. The small counties. Honorable Speaker, this bill also guides and gives the specific allocations based on the approved fourth basis of revenue sharing. The first schedule of the bill, Honorable Speaker, sets out the distribution of the equitable share among the 47 counties under the three allocations I've mentioned. The baseline allocation of 387.425 is reflected in column 6 if you have the bill, while the affirmative allocation is reflected in column D. The balance of the equitable share above the ring-fenced amount for the two consecutive components totals to 36.115 billion and is distributed through the county allocation index and reflected in column F of the bill. Honorable Speaker, the total allocation due to each county government comprising the three components is presented in column G of the first schedule of the bill to the bill. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether I need to just mention to members what each county is going to get, but if you have the bill, Honorable Speaker, you will see that Baringo County is going to get a total of 847,626,854,000,000. The county that's going to receive the smallest allocation, according to this bill, Honorable Speaker, is sorry, Honorable Speaker, I'm reading the wrong figure. Honorable Speaker, also to mention that this bill has also given ceilings for recurrent expenditures for both county governments and the assemblies. Honorable Speaker, in the past it was realized that some countries spend more resources on recurrent expenditures or post-development. And therefore, this bill has also given specifications on how much you can spend on current expenditure as well as development, because the focus needs to be more on development, Honorable Speaker. This has also been reflected in the expenditures for the county assemblies. In the past, some county governments were undermining county assemblies. As part of giving them independence to be able to oversight county governments, we have also been able to, in this bill, given them an outline of what they need to spend on development as well as on their recurrent expenditures. Honorable Speaker, as I said, this is a very, very small bill, and this House must pass this bill without amendments. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that the committee reviewed the bill and observed that the proposed allocations fully comply with the Constitution, the PFM Act, and the approved fourth basis for revenue sharing. It concluded that the allocation framework ensures a transparent, equitable, and legally compliant distribution of resources among counties. Consequently, the committee recommends that this House approves the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2026, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026 without amendments. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask the Honorable Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee to second.
The Honorable Bukose to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Chair, for moving. I stand to second the County Allocation of Revenue Bill. This is a bill that came from the Senate, and as the Chair has put it, the committee has not made any amendments to it. This this bill distributes money for all the various 47 counties within our country. Honorable Speaker, of note is that in this bill, they have also given money to all the county assemblies. So each county assembly will get its own budget from this county allocation of revenue bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill has also set the ceilings for recurrent expenditure. And therefore, we expect that the county governments will now not enter into the money that is meant for development and make sure that the money for development is utilized for development purposes. This bill has also set in ceilings for executive, county executive committees on how much they can also be able to spend. You will find that there are some county assemblies that have lost and there are some county assemblies that have gained. Those that have their amount reduced, this is because it was an one-off allocation in the last financial year. So in this financial year, that has not been captured and that has been left out. Honorable Speaker, of note also is that we realize that on source revenue for the various counties, it is actually gone down compared to the initial county, what we used to call, it was called what?
You're talking about the local government?
Local government. The local governments in the past were actually collecting more money than what we are realizing now in the counties. And therefore, this is of concern because when counties are only waiting to get money from what is collected by the national government, and yet they have the ability and capacity to be able to raise their own revenue, then this brings a problem. Because what you realize, Honorable Speaker, is that when we pass the county allocation of revenue bill, you will find that the division of revenue bill, which is now an act, you realize that whatever is allocated to the national government, if there is a shortfall, then the national government loses. And yet, whatever we give to the counties remains the same. And yet, what we are collecting, at times you'll find that KRA might not collect enough, and that can also lead into delays in disbursements to the counties. But if the counties were enhance their own sales revenue collection, then this could come in handy to make sure that services within the counties are running smoothly. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question, the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, be now read a second time. The majority leader takes precedence.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And allow me to thank the Chair and the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration of this bill that came from the Senate. Honorable Speaker, this bill shares revenue that we have shared in the Division of Revenue Bill amongst our 47 counties. And if you look at the schedules, Honorable Speaker, out of the money that we divided between the two levels of government, the Senate has now gone further in line with the sharing formula that they are using, the current formula, shared the revenue in accordance, as I said, with the formula. And I was just looking at some of the top gainers, Honorable Speaker, of the top counties that are getting quite hefty amounts, like the city county of Nairobi, Kiambu County, where I come from. I see Mombasa County is also not doing so badly. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I pause and ask myself, if, for instance, the county government of Nairobi is getting 22 billion shillings from shareable revenue, are the people of Nairobi getting commensurate service to this 22 billion? If Mandera, for instance, is getting 12.5, or Kakamega at 14 billion, Honorable Speaker, are they getting commensurate service? My own county of Kiambu is getting 13.5 billion. It's among the top counties receiving the highest levels of revenue. But you need to go down to our counties and ask the people that we represent, because we also live in these counties. Are they getting commensurate service to the monies that these governors and our county governments are getting? And I know, Honorable Speaker, we are headed to an election year. And this is the second last CARA, or county allocation of revenue bill, that we are doing. When it becomes an act of parliament, it will be the second last. I know the Controller of Budget, the Auditor General are also doing their work. But our governors doing their work with the monies that is being allocated to them. And I dare say, Honorable Speaker, many of them are a big letdown. If you go to any part of this country, I say any part, not Kiambu, not Nairobi, not Baringo, not Mombasa, ask the people there, which monies between NGCDF and the county government funds can you see on the ground? What tangible development can you see on the ground? I've been to some counties, people tell me the women reps are doing better with their meager amounts of money they get through NGAF. And they are doing more impactful projects than governors who are running billions. Honorable Speaker, I have been around this country and I have listened to many people, whereas those in the opposition are out there shouting, oh, SHA is not working. And they're inciting the public out there on how much SHA is not working for them. Because the people, when they visit their local dispensaries, are not getting services. They can't get medicine in the hospitals. There are no healthcare workers in those hospitals, Honorable Speaker. I've listened to horror stories of healthcare workers telling me they are on their third month without pay in some of our counties. In my own county in Kiambu last year, healthcare workers down their tools for months. And the governor there felt nothing, had nothing, saw nothing bad, even as children died in hospitals. It took the Council of Governors intervention. And I remember sitting with the Council of Governors leadership in charge of the Health Committee. I sat with KMPDU and we prevailed on the Council of Governors to mediate between KMPDU and the county government of Kiambu to at least get health services working back in Kiambu. Last week I saw the member for Thika, Honorable Alice Nganga, storm into a hospital in Ruiru to rescue mothers, I think close to 20 mothers, who are being held in that hospital on account of pending bills or unpaid bills. Honorable Speaker, why are mothers being held against their will with their young babies, exposing them to danger and risks of even contracting infections in a hospital? And those of you who are parents know, children are very easy to pick up all manner of infections. So children are born, newborns, but they are being held in a hospital because the mothers have not been sorted on their bills. And I saw the naysayers asking, are they now telling us that SHA is not working? And that is why I've mentioned this issue, Honorable Speaker, because if there are people who have let down the people of Kenya, it is governors. If there are people who are sabotaging the working of SHA, is governors. Honorable Speaker, when we crafted the 4 health laws under the Social Health Insurance Authority, we had a facility improvement fund. These governors are getting money, or rather the hospitals are collecting money from the Social Health Authority on the facility improvement fund, but is that money going back to the facilities? Governors are picking this money from the facilities and they go and buy, like in my county, they buy chicks, buy a packet of unga, buy a packet of 3 kg packet of fertilizer, giveaways that are politically expedient, Some are here branding milk in their names with their photos. But this is the money you are collecting out of the Facility Improvement Fund, instead of taking that money back to the facility to be able to improve the facility, because that was the intent of that law. We developed the Facility Improvement Fund to make sure that a dispensary in Ruiru does not have to wait for money to come from Kiambu. Or Mbagathi Hospital does not need to wait for City Hall to send money to them. They should have the money at that local level, so that if there are bandages that have run out of the facility, or Panadols, paracetamols, they simply procure at the local level, and there are guidelines in the regulations up to what amounts you can procure at the local level. And we made sure that there were regulations that have been done pursuant to that Facility Improvement Fund, Honorable Speaker. Look at the procurement. In our last estimates this year, we have just allocated to KEMSA 21 billion shillings to make sure that KEMSA is adequately capitalized for these county governments and all other hospitals to be able to procure medicine from KEMSA. Are counties procuring and paying? Talk to KEMSA. They don't. Do they have money? Have they collected money from the Social Health Authority? Yes, they have. Are they offering health care services to the people of Kenya? They are not. And therefore, when people cry and say, SHA is not working for me because first I visit a hospital, the primary health care fund, and I wish Dr. Nyikal was here, but the chair budget is here. He will tell you the primary health care fund now has 19.1 billion shillings. For what purpose, Honorable Speaker? Why are we allocating from our national revenues 19.1 billion shillings to county to primary health care facilities? So that, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 43 of our Constitution, any Kenyan who falls sick in any part of the country can visit a primary health care facility, a dispensary, a level 1, level 2, level 3 facility, get treated, and so long as that facility is SHA enlisted, and the patient is also enlisted in SHA and has paid his premiums, you get free treatment, and you don't need to pay anything. But why I say governors are letting us down in the county governments, they never inform the public. They do not want the public to know. They do not want the public to know that the government has allocated 19 billion shillings to pay health care for them, because they also want to steal from the same public by charging them again. Honorable Speaker, this is the most evil thing any human being can do to another. When you take your child who has high fever at night to your local dispensary, and you are being told without 700 shillings for consultation, then another 900 shillings for drugs that are not even available, you are being told to go and buy outside the hospital in a pharmacy that belongs to the pharmacist or to the county executive or the chief officer in charge of healthcare. We are doing very unjust things to our people, Honorable Speaker. Then the same people go and tell the people out there, oh, SHA is not working. It is not SHA that is not working. It is your theft that we can't satisfy. It is their greed we can't satisfy, Honorable Speaker. If we allocate 19 billion shillings to the primary health care fund, that money must go to ensure that the people of Kenya access health care at the primary level without payment. And it is not just in public hospitals, Honorable Speaker, even in private care hospitals, private hospitals that are SHA enlisted. And it is good we tell the people of Kenya that so long as you are enlisted and registered with SHA, and the hospital that you visit is also enlisted, so first make sure you are registered, you have paid your premiums in SHA, then the hospital that you visit is SHA enlisted. You should get care for primary care without payment, because we have provided for that. And when we did the Primary Health Care Act, Honorable Speaker, you remember, we said that it would be compulsory for us as a house that represents people in our constituencies, in our counties, to allocate money to the Primary Health Care Fund. We have done that as members of the National Assembly. We must now ask our senators. It is not enough to just call governors to the Public Accounts Committee in Senate. and harass them at the gate, chasing them, I don't know to do what with them, and throwing punches. That is not the work of any senator. It's actually unbecoming for any senator to be chasing a governor on the road there, like, let me, whether you are a senator for Nairobi or for Kwale or for wherever or for Kiambu, your work is to oversight and make sure that the primary health care fund monies are being utilized to treat people in your county for free, especially in those county hospitals. Make sure that the facility improvement fund is being utilized to improve the facilities down at the local level, Honorable Speaker. Because the facility improvement fund is for all those county hospitals, Honorable Speaker. We have allocated money, shareable revenue here, which is being shared. More money is going for healthcare under the facility improvement fund. More money is going under the primary healthcare fund, and the reimbursements they get, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the people of Kenya should not be crying about healthcare, Honorable Speaker. If I had my way, Honorable Speaker, and I know I speak for very many Kenyans, very many, and I know Senior Counsel Otiende Omolo and Karoli Omondi would not agree with me. I will not do away with the governors. I would take back the healthcare function back to the national government, at least from level 2, 3, and 4, all the way to 5. If only I had my Honorable Speaker. And I know many Kenyans associate with those sentiments. In fact, I am surprised even my brother Karoli Omondi is saying he has said it before. Because we are all agreed. I see Honorable Otiende Omolo maybe may also be supporting me on that. But whether or not Honorable Otiende Omolo, Karoli Omondi, or any other member supports me.
Dr. Otiende Omolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have listened, as I usually do, very carefully to the leader of majority, as he's spewing a lot of wisdom, much of which I agree with, but there are 2 points to be made, Mr. Speaker, and I rise under Standing Order number 87. But before I do that, if you allow me, is to tell the Honorable Leader of Majority that the point he makes is not even a point of recommending an amendment to the Constitution. I am on record as saying that a careful scrutiny of the Constitution leads to the conclusion that when the decision was made to devolve health in its generality, it was the mistake. Because the schedule, the kind of health facilities that are covered by the county is not health generally. It is only certain health facilities that previously were run under the local government department, and not everything generally. So I would actually agree with you that that mistake was made several years ago. And if it is sought to be corrected, I would not be the one standing on the path of correction. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, and I agree again with the Leader of Majority that the CDF, NGAF does a lot that is visible, and many counties do not do a lot that is visible. But however, for our own benefit, Mr. Speaker, I want to invite you to this without inviting you to rule immediately, that we carefully look at Standing Order 87. And Standing Order 87, in terms of the discussion of conduct of any head of government. And the first question would be, is a governor considered a head of government at the county? And if that is so, then we must refrain from use of certain adverse terminologies without a substantive motion. That is number one. Number two is in reference to the senators. Now, I have no idea who's running after who and for whatever purposes, and there are people who might know this better than me as I look at them, but all I want to say is that let us also again refrain from that, because it says for any person whose removal would be subject to a process in Parliament, then again you cannot discuss them without a substantive motion. So that goes to governors, by way either of being head of government or by way of the fact that their impeachment is subject to us, and that goes to the senators. Just so that they do not also get an opportunity to discuss as carelessly as sometimes they do in Senate proceedings. I urge, Mr. Speaker, that when you retire, you will consider that without interrupting the leader of majority. Thank you.
No doubt, point taken. The Honorable Dr. Otienda Molo. The Honorable Majority Leader will...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me thank Dr. Omolo first for spring great wisdom on the question of the healthcare functions. And I pointed to Dr. Omolo because I know he was actively involved in the writing of this new constitution. And therefore, when you hear a senior counsel inform us that indeed the drafters of this constitution never intended healthcare to be devolved in the manner in which we devolved. And that is why Kenyans are crying, Honorable Speaker. But too, Honorable Speaker, as much as Dr. Omolo says, Tienda is saying he's not calling you to make a ruling on that, he knows he's being a lawyer now. Now that is a senior counsel speaking. And he knows I am not a lawyer, but I am also not very daft. And therefore, he knows that I was speaking generalities. I have not spoken about a particular governor. I have not spoken about a particular senator. And therefore, I cannot be discussing anybody in particular. And I am very much aware of the provisions of Standing Order 87. And that is why I carefully chose my words. Even as I spoke about senators who are chasing, the people of Kenya know which senators, so I don't need to, and they saw them. When I speak about governors who are distributing chicks, a packet of unga, a packet, half a kg of sugar, they know them. When I speak about governors who are branding milk, Kenyans out there know them. So we are not discussing a particular governor, we are discussing the bad conduct of governors and telling governors without apologies, you must be accountable to the people of Kenya. You must be accountable not just to this shareable revenue that is being distributed here through Kara, but also the money coming to you, whether it is through the additional county allocations, which we just did here. Honorable Speaker, you know we have conditional allocations like the 8.6 billion that we allocated for universal health care workers to make them permanent and pensionable staff. We must inform the people of Kenya. Because if we do not tell the people of Kenya from this space that there is money that has been given to universal health care workers to convert them to permanent and pensionable, governors out there will go and start pointing fingers at the national government and at parliament. And that is why parliament stays vilified by everybody, because they imagine it is us who have not done our work. We must tell the people of Kenya that we have done our work. We have given money for universal health care workers, and Dr. Nyikal is here, he knows the 8.6 billion. We must tell the people of Kenya there is an additional 19.1 billion shillings for the primary health care fund, so that when a governor who is seeking to place cheap politics tells the people of Kenya, oh, SHA is not working here, at times they even slow down, I'm told, the activation of SHA in their hospitals so that people do not claim from SHA. Then later they enlist them and they go and claim the money. But they never inform the patient. We must call them out, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because I see my time is much gone, let me say I support this county allocation of revenue bill. And when it becomes an act of parliament, I do expect that all governors in Kenya without exception will and must be accountable to the people of Kenya in relation not just to this money, but also the additional county allocations and the other monies that are going to our county governments, Honorable Speaker. My county, Kiambu, the people are crying. They have not seen a single road in the last 4 years or 3 years done by the county government. Why? Because the county governments are using the money for roads to buy chicks, to buy a packet of unga, half a kg of milk and what. Honorable Speaker, you know, Carol.
Yeah, give the majority leader 2 minutes to conclude.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Karoli Omondi on a light note is asking me which chicks. Chicken. Day-old chicks. Not the other chicks Honorable Karoli Omondi is imagining. The people of Kiambu are given day-old chicks, 5-day-old chicks. But as they collect the day-old chicks, which I have nothing against, they must know that there is also more money allocated for rehabilitation and maintenance of their roads that is not being done. They must know that there is 19 billion shillings that is available for the primary healthcare fund, that when they walk into Lusegeti healthcare, which we are building as a national government, upgrading it to a level 4 hospital, that hospital, when you go there, being a level 4 hospital, or a level 3 hospital at Zambezi, or at Kino, or at Gikambura health centers, you should access healthcare services free of charge so long as you are SHA enlisted and those facilities, because I know, I made sure they were all enlisted. People must not be charged, but they are being charged and the governors are still claiming this is the money. Then they come and try and attempt to bribe the people of Kenya for political expediency. I want to tell the people of Kenya, those who bribe you with your own money for your drugs, for your healthcare facilities, when the time comes, deal with them as you ought to deal with them. But for us, before Honorable Tiendo Ombolo stood on a point of order, I was saying our Senate must hold our governors to account. They must hold them to account. And that is why the Senate and the Public Accounts Committee in the Senate must be beyond reproach, Honorable Speaker, so that they hold these governors to account for all these monies that is going to the counties. With that, Honorable Speaker, thank you and I support.
Honorable Gitonga Murugara. Honorable members, this is a very short bill.
Thank you very much.
What has been said by the majority leader, I think we should be expediting so that we take the matter to the committee.
Absolutely. We are in total agreement, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this is a very short bill. The Senate has done its work, which was to now let us know what happens to the 428 billion, which we allocate to the counties. And the schedule clearly shows it, that what each of these counties is getting, including my own county of Tharaka Nithi, that is getting a total of 5,213,759,236. I stand to support the bill, but again, not without emphasizing that this is a lot of money that we are taking to the counties. The idea of devolution was one of the best ideas we came up with as Kenyans, because we were saying, let's take development to the rural areas. But it is said every time and again that we actually devolved corruption. We actually provided money to characters, I'm sorry to use the word, or to officers known as governors, so that they have a pass from which they can draw money for use, which use is not for the benefit of Kenyans. As we speak today and as we go into the next financial year, my county will be having about 5.3 billion. Another 1-point-something billion is going to come from conditional grants and other monies that are allocated to counties. So it will have about 7 billion. Question we repeat is, let's go to Tharaka Nithi today, look at what CDF has done in the 3 constituencies and what the county government has done. In fact, it will be a shame because they have not done anything. When you ask them, they talk about recurrent expense, that is 60%, and development 40%. Even that 40% is nowhere near what CDF is allocated. When you go to their collections, they says Honorable Pukose talked about, they collect revenue from the markets and everywhere else. I can assure you, I'm told, some counties have as many as 50 accounts to which that money goes, paid in some dubious way, which has control by governors or their stooges or wherever it is. I know some of us are aspiring to go to counties, but this mentality with the governors, where they just use money meant for citizens the way they want, is abhorrent. We must frown against it and we must condemn it. As we support this, Senate must wake up. Senate must go to the counties and ensure this money is actually accounted for, it is oversighted, and that those governors that are rogue,
are brought to book. ESCC, the agency I oversight, I keep on reminding them there is a lot of work to be done in the counties, and they should not relax. They should actually bring these guys to book. We want to see more governors being brought to ESCC so that they tell us what has happened to our money. So we do support this, but we require strict accountability to Kenyans, how these lots and lots of money are being spent for the benefit of Kenyans. Therefore, I do support.
Yes, the Honorable Owen Baya.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate the efforts that are going in to push this bill, and we support it, all of us, and because of that, I would like to stand on Standing Order 95. Yes, because we can say the other things we want to say in the subsequent bills, in the sovereign wealth and the committee, because we're going to do committee in a few minutes. We can say the same things at the committee level. So, please, let's just do everything together at the committee level. Mwashako can do his contribution at committee, because we are going to committee immediately. Yes, and he's a member of the budget committee. So,
yeah. Yeah, for the avoidance of doubt, there is the matter appearing under order number 11.
Yes.
The first matter on the committee of the whole house is indeed the county allocation of revenue bill. Yeah, so you know what the standing orders mandate. Honorable members, the Honorable Owen Baya standing in his place has asked that I remit it to the decision of the House that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Obviously the ayes have it. Yeah, mover.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much after members have been requested to wait and contribute at the committee of the whole house. Just to thank members who have made their contributions. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed very true that Kenyans do not see the value of the resources that are sent to counties. And this is a reality which all Kenyans must be aware. I want Kenyans to know that we are sending humongous resources to counties, 428 billion, and that if there's any county where services are not being rendered, like my county, I know nurses are on strike, doctors are on the street. I want to inform them that funds have been sent to their counties, and therefore they should be prepared to demand for services from their governors. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply.
Yeah, honorable members, I put the question for your decision that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
No. The County Allocation Revenue Bill 2026, appeal for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2026-2027 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocations and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Before you call the next order, let me give some directions in terms of how we proceed with the remaining business for the day. Honorable Owen Baya. Order. Honorable members. Yeah, so we will be proceeding to order number 10. After order number 10, we will skip to the matter appearing under order number 12. So I'm reorganizing the order paper because of also the urgency of the matter you see appearing there. Then we will revert to order number 11. Now, in terms of order number 11, and taking into account the urgency of the matter appearing under Roman 1 in order number 11, and the fact that the matter appearing under order number 2 is partly done, I'm ordering the standing down of the matter appearing under order number 11 Roman 3 to the future, as and when the House Business Committee will schedule it. With that reorganization, would you please call the next order?
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of petition regarding variation of boundaries for 3 specified forests.
Yeah, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on the consideration of a petition by the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to the variation of boundaries for Turbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro and Shaviringa settlement schemes laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th June 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 34(5) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, this House, A, finds that the petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry.
Honorable Chairperson, I see some people are asking again the order of business. For clarity, Honorable Millie Odhiambo and the others I see asking, we are now on order number 10, which is the consideration of the petition regarding variation of boundaries for 3 specified forests, the one being moved. After that, we will go to order number 12, which is the consideration of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. After that, we will revert to order number 11, and we will start with the committee of the whole House, one on the county allocation of revenue bill, which is very brief, there are no amendments, and then we will go to the fisheries management and development bill. And for the convenience of the House, I've stepped down the consideration at the committee of the whole House of the public participation bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, to the future. So it is out of the order paper for today. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will resume. Let me just repeat. A finds that this House, A finds that the petition by the CS for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to the variation of boundaries for Turbo, Manzini area, Mount Elgon, Chepuk, phases 1, 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro and Shaviringa settlement schemes provide sufficient grounds for the variation of the boundaries of the specified public forests. And B, approves, 1, that the boundaries of Turbo forests be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forests for the settlement of the landless quarters in Manzini Forest Block. 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forests for the settlement of landless quarters in Chepuk phase 2 and phase 3, and 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega Forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiro and 36 hectares at Shaviringa from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation for beneficiaries who surrendered land to government to establish public institutions and government offices. Honorable Speaker, this particular petition is of great consequence and importance because it really serves justice to many of the people who have been waiting to be settled. For your information, Honorable Speaker, some of the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of this particular petition surrendered their own private lands to government. And 50 years down the line, the areas where they were settled, they are yet to own legal documents to show ownership. And this has become very, very difficult, Honorable Speaker, to these people because they can't transact, they can't get loans, they need land ownership documents. Honorable Speaker, this petition was submitted to this House by the CS for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, pursuant to Article 37, 62, and 119 of the Constitution, and Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. Honorable Speaker, the petition relates to 3 parcels, initially related to 4 parcels: South Nandi, Chepkumia area, which is about 989 hectares, Turbo Forest, Manzini area, which is 1241.5 hectares, Mount Elgon, Chepuk, phases 2 and 3, which is 47 hectares, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro and Shavringa, measuring 94.99 and 36 hectares respectively. However, Honorable Speaker, the matter concerning South Nandi Forest, Chepkumia area, measuring the 989.17 hectares, was already under consideration by the Committee on Petitions and therefore was not considered by the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the petition with the framework of the Constitution of Kenya and the Forest Conservation Management Act. Article 69 of the Constitution requires the state to protect the environment, maintain minimum tree cover of at least 10% of Kenya's land area, promote public participation, and ensure sustainable utilization of natural resources. Honorable Speaker, additionally, Section 34 of the Forest Conservation Act provides for the procedure for variation of boundaries of public forests and the steps that must be undertaken in the consideration of such petition. And these are the areas or the underlying procedures that the committee considered. A is that the petition should demonstrate that the variation of boundaries of the public forest does not endanger any rare, threatened, or endangered species, and I want to confirm to this Honorable House that this particular petition does not endanger any rare, threatened, or endangered species. 2, does not adversely affect its value as water catchment area or prejudice biodiversity conservation, cultural site protection of the forest or its use for educational, recreational, health, or research purposes. And I want also to confirm to this House that in our consideration, we found that this particular petition does not adversely affect its value as a water catchment area. B, the petition should only be forwarded to the National Assembly by the recommendation of KFS. And I want to confirm to this House that we attached in the report the recommendation of the Kenya Forest Service. C, upon committal of the petition to the committee, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to forestry is required within 30 days to submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved, subject to an independent environmental impact assessment and public consultation being undertaken in accordance to the 2nd schedule of the Act. And I want to confirm to this House that this was done, and in our report, we also attached the independent environmental impact assessment and approval to proceed by the Cabinet Secretary. Number 6, Honorable Speaker, in the consideration of this petition, the committee undertook stakeholder engagements and inspection visits to establish the facts on the ground. The committee engaged with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, the National Land Commission, and the State Department for Lands and Physical Planning. Further, the committee undertook inspection visits in Chepuk Phase 2 and 3 of Mount Elgon, Manzini Block of Tarbo Forest, and also Shiru and Shavringa areas of Kakamega. Honorable Speaker, having considered the petition and the stakeholders' comments, the committee made the following observations. That 1, public forests are constitutionally protected and any variation of boundaries must comply with the environmental laws, public participation requirements, and sustainable development principles, ensuring that remaining forests are protected. 2, that the affected areas arose from government-led settlement initiatives aimed at addressing landless squatters, settlements, resettlement of former forest workers, historical land challenges, etc. Although allocations were undertaken through official processes, Honorable Speaker, many beneficiaries remain without formal title documents due to absence of formal degazettement. 3, that Honorable Speaker, the affected areas are largely occupied already by original settlers and their families. Population growth has increased pressure on land, creating challenges relating to tenure, security, and administration. 4, that there is need for verification and harmonization of beneficiary records to prevent irregular allocations and future disputes. And 5, that the petition had complied with the provisions of Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act that provides on the procedure to be followed for the variation of boundaries of public forest. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, based on the analysis of the grounds set for this petition, the findings from the site visits, the engagements with the government agencies and stakeholders, and having reviewed the relevant provisions of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, CAP 385, the committee finds that the petition provides sufficient grounds for the variation of the boundaries of the specified public forests and recommends that the National Assembly approves, 1, that the boundaries of Tarbo Forest be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of landless quarters in the Manzini forest block, and 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon forest be varied by excluding 4,667 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest settlement and landless quarters in Chepuk Phase 2 and Phase 3, and 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiru and 36 hectares at Shaviringa from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation of beneficiaries who surrendered land to government to establish public institutions and government offices. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I really must thank this administration. We have had many administrations. This is the first kind of petition before this committee. And many administrations have shied away from this emotive matter of settling our landless quarters. I want to commend this administration for taking this direction so that we can settle these people, and also urge that because we still have quite a number of pending similar issues or petitions that are 50 years down the line not yet been considered, that these other petitions also be considered actually, so that we have a holistic approach to settle all the affected people in the country. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Emadi to second.
Honorable Emadi.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this motion on the consideration of petition regarding variation of boundaries for 3 specified forests. And as I do so, Honorable Speaker, allow me to add a voice on the same and want to thank my chairman of the committee for ensuring that this is expedited. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of restoring dignity among our people. It is a matter of ensuring that we reduce homelessness and the squatter system of settlement in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we are doing an historic motion that has never been tried in the country, and this is the first time that this motion is coming up, and we want to thank KFS, Kenya Forestry Service, for ensuring that this matter is brought to the attention of our committee. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that began in the year 1939, especially for the resettlement of the Elgonyi Ndorobo. And then there's a matter that happened in the 1960s that was to resettle workers of the East Africa Tanning and Extraction Company and another company called West Kings. So the workers needed to be resettled in the Tarbo or Manzini forest. Honorable Speaker, the other matter came up in the year 1992, which was relatively a compensation or a movement of persons from their good neighbors and relatives to another place called Shiru or Shafringa forest. Honorable Speaker, as we discuss all these matters, I want to agree that these areas be gazetted because of the reasons that these areas, as we visited, are fully occupied. There is permanent settlement in these areas. Second, we have government projects, schools, water, hospitals, and even administration offices. In these areas also, Honorable Speaker, you will find that we have government installations, meaning that if we can be able to assess when this matter began, we will be defeated to say these people are refused to have titles. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, these people, because they don't have titles, they could not be able to get or to construct decent housing. They could not even be able to access financial services. All those years, meaning, Honorable Speaker, that if the titles are issued to these people, development of our country will be able to be ignited or accelerated in one way or another, even as we look at moving everyone to Singapore. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I second, I want to say that this move goes in tandem with our mantra as Parliament that we are working for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. I second. Honorable Speaker, thanks.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on the consideration of a petition by the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, Forestry, relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepkut Phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shaviringa, settlement schemes, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th of June 2026, and pursuant to provisions of Section 34(5) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. This House, A, finds that the petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk Phase 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shaviringa settlement schemes, provides sufficient grounds and the variation of boundaries of specific public forests, and approves, and B, approves Roman 1, that the boundaries of Turbo Forest be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in Manzini Forest Block. Roman 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless squatters in Chepuk Phase 2 and Phase 3. And Roman 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega Forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiru and 36 hectares at Shaviringa from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation of beneficiaries who surrendered land to the government to establish public institutions and government offices. Yes, I'll give you a chance to make some comments, honorable members, and I will start with the Honorable Dr. Pokose. What is out of order, Honorable?
No, I mean, Honorable Speaker, I think understanding order number 1, we have an obligation to proceed with matters that are only constitutional. So I rise under that particular standing order, and I draw the attention of the House to first, the Constitution, in particular, Article 119 of the Constitution of Kenya, which provides that every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. As read, together with Article 260 of the Constitution, where the term person is defined to include a company, association, or other body of persons, whether incorporated or unincorporated, as read together with our own standing orders 219, which clearly states that for purposes of this part, a petition means a written prayer to the House under Article 37 or 119 of the Constitution by a member of the public. It is the first time that a department of the government is making a petition to this House, and the Constitution and our own standing orders do not allow it. So we cannot entertain the petition. It is unconstitutional, it is illegal. So that is the first issue that we must get round, whether a government department can legitimately, under our standing orders and the Constitution of Kenya, present a petition to this House. My answer to that is affirmatively no. It is not allowed. So we cannot even consider it under our own standing orders. And Madam Speaker, I request that a ruling be made, a substantive ruling be made on that matter. Thank you.
Well, yes, Honorable Eshungwa, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I was keenly listening to the member for Suba South to hear what is unconstitutional. There is nothing I have heard that he said is that he has said that is unconstitutional, because this petition is properly before the House, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Karoli. You raised your point of order. I allowed you to speak, and I have the ability to give any other person in this House to also air their opinion. So, Majority Leader, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know who told the members for Suba South that he has a monopoly of knowledge in this House, that when he speaks, we should all align and say, yes, sir. That can only happen in your House, not this House. Honorable Speaker, this House considers petitions, and this is not the first time we are considering such a petition. That petition came from members of the public who petitioned the relevant line ministry. The ministry considered, and because they did not have the authority that constitutionally is given to this House, the petition was relayed to the House, and came to the office of the Speaker, who, if he knew it was unconstitutional, would never have found itself here to even be considered by the committee. Therefore, unless the Honorable Karoli Omondi is questioning your decision as a Speaker, or the substantive Speaker, you know, Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me from this heckling from Karoli Omondi. And I don't know what has happened to him of late. He sits in his place and only heckles. Maybe it's a company he keeps nowadays, I don't know. But, you know, as you age, we expect to age gracefully with a bit of wisdom and allow youngsters to be the ones to be shouting. Honorable Karoli Omondi is much older, so I'll just ask him to relax. Just relax. Stop heckling. You have had your say. We have heard you. We are now debating and answering, contributing to what you have asked the Speaker to consider. And the Speaker cannot just consider what Karoli Omondi has said, unless you want to tell us and tell the country you have a monopoly of knowledge that what you say must be. You know, people of Super South should know Honorable Karoli Omondi is a lawyer, but he has no monopoly of knowledge. This is a house of debate. You must allow debate. We were all quiet and listening to you, so also just have the temerity to listen to us. Because the people who brought this petition, Honorable Speaker, tell Honorable Mboni not to invite what he's inviting, because he knows things I can't say.
I didn't hear anything that has been said. I didn't hear him shout. So.
You know, Honorable
You
Mboni is a very good member of the Finance and National Planning Committee, and a very, very disciplined member of Parliament. I like him because he's very diligent in his work as a member of the Finance and National Planning Committee. That even last week you saw he had very well read and understood the provisions of the finance bill. And like others who are just shouting from their places, like I'm talking about people shouting from their seats, oh, oppose this, oppose that, clause 169, clause what? Honorable Speaker, what was I saying? I was saying this petition is properly before the House. The Speaker, the substantive Speaker, considered when the petition was sent to the National Assembly, because the people who sent it to the ministry and the public, Honorable Speaker, we may not, the public are laymen like many of us. They are not lawyers, and they may not know that a ministry does not have the constitutional mandate to consider such a petition. So they will petition the relevant line ministry. The line ministry will consider the issues and appreciate that the ministry cannot do anything without the input of the National Assembly. And that is how that petition found itself to the National Assembly. The substantive Speaker considered it, read it out, committed it to the relevant departmental committee, which is chaired by the Honorable Kawaya, the member for Mwala. And when it was presented here, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 34 of the Forest Conservation Management Act, the relevant departmental committee has considered it. Members of this House have considered, they have tabled the report, which was tabled some time back, and we should now be debating in second reading the substance of this petition and asking ourselves, are those people who have suffered many years of injustice, many years of injustice, Honorable Speaker, do they warrant to remain landless in this country, in a country that 63 years later, we say we are independent? Many people, Honorable Karoli Omondi, went to the forest, leave alone these wannabe Mau, these fake Mau you hear here, inciting everybody to go and burn things around. Those are fake Maus. The real Mau went to the forest to fight for land. And people lost lives. Blood was shed. That is why we were taught in primary school about the colors of the flag of our republic. That red stood for the blood that was shed by many Kenyans who sacrificed their lives so that we may get land as a primary factor of production. And therefore, it would be very unfair that the people in Kakamega, some who gave their land, where they owned ancestral land, to allow institutions of learning, to allow government offices to be built to serve the people, and were promised to be settled, and they have since settled in parts of these areas, Honorable Speaker, that we now tell them, okay, you gave your land, now go to hell. We can't. We must be responsible leaders who consider such petitioners, appreciate that they are Kenyans who deserve and who must get an opportunity to be heard. Honorable Speaker, I have moved to the debate on this matter because I thought
You may take your seat briefly. Honorable Karoli, you cannot be raising points of order on other points of order. And I would like to rule this way, that there is nothing unconstitutional. There is nothing unconstitutional because, first of all, this matter was processed in the right way. And there is a whole legal department in this parliament that checks any matter that, any petition that is brought. So it was properly processed. It was relayed to the relevant departmental committee. These members of this committee have visited the ground. They must have done a lot of public participation by engaging the communities. And now we are here, we are discussing the report, and I would like this to continue. Number two, from my own experience, for your information, I've been a chair for Lands Committee for 5 years in this house. And this is not the first time a petition of this nature has been brought. This house passed a petition concerning the committee ANMA. And this house ruled that that place be gazetted to be occupied by community members. So based on my own experience, I believe that you are wrong to say that this is the first time that a matter like this one has been brought. So for that reason, I would like people to continue with the debate, and I had given an opportunity to the Honorable Dr. Pokose to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Karoli, once the Speaker has ruled, please allow the debate to proceed. And Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank you for that ruling, because this petition is actually filed by the community. I happen to come from that side of the world. I come from that side of the world, and Jebuk phase 2 and 3 in Kapondis constituency is in Mount Elgon constituency. And this has been a long way. When you go to Jebuk, you will find that it's already occupied. It's not that it's a forest. People already settled there. And you remember, this is not the first time this petition is coming, Honorable Speaker. It came in the last parliament. And among them, we had even issues of excellence on farm, which is Makunga in Saboti. We have Kitalale phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We have Smith Farm. We have even Mochongoi in Baringo that also brought in petitions of these similar issues. These are lands that are already occupied. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at some of these areas, people were displaced either on historical injustice or even just as forest evictees. Or some of them were even displaced during the post-election clashes. And these people, Honorable Speaker, many of them have lived in those areas with a lot of threats from the forest rangers. When you go to excellence on farm now, as we speak today, those people have no peace, because every year they are, whenever, and it's not a forest. This is land that has an IR number, it has an LR number. It was a white man's land, and the community members came together to purchase that land. And the Ministry of Lands had a transaction with them, and they were allocated that land. But unfortunately, 2013 January, when we were transitioning, you find that the cabinet secretary by then, called Noah Wekesa, illegally gazetted some of those lands to unjustifiably have those people, the communities who are living there, to be evicted. And these people have continued to suffer up to today, Honorable Speaker. So when such a petition comes, it's not just out of a petition that is out of the blues. It's out of the suffering of those people and out of the frustrations they have undergone, whereby their houses are destroyed, their families are even, some of them end up being killed, And this, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee on Environment led by Engineer Vincent Mushoka, aka Kawaya, for having carried out the public participation within those areas. And Honorable Speaker, we are aware that this is a petition that was forwarded by the Cabinet Secretary. And the Cabinet Secretary did not have to sit on that petition. She did diligently and ensured that the petition reached the Speaker, it reached this House, and the House has processed it procedurally. And therefore, any attempt to derail it means it's an attempt. I think, unfortunately, my colleague, I think, is in the Linda Mama, ama Linda whatever, that when you are Linda Mwananchi, then these are Mwananchi who are suffering, and they deserve to be lindered equally, like any other person. So, I would want...
Dr. Pukosa, what is lindered?
No, Honorable Karoli is a member of the Linda, I think Linda Mama or Linda something. So, I think it's not listening. Yeah? Yeah, they normally call themselves that, which is a very unfortunate that you have selective Linda of, Madam Chair is, I think, is a Swahili word for protecting. So, when we say we are protecting the people, then we must protect these people to ensure that their rights are not violated. Their rights are protected. They have access to land, which is a very emotive issue in this country, and which is central to livelihood within this country, is also protected. And I'm happy that the Committee on Environment went to Jebiuk, has made sure that those people they listen to them, they saw what is happening there, there are schools, there are houses, there are permanent residents within those places. There are government institutions within those places, and therefore, this is to regularize their settlement. With those few remarks, Honorable Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much, Dr. Before we go to the Majority Leader, for the benefit of the Honorable Karoli Omondi, if he is listening, I've been able to get hold of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. He's not listening, but I can just put it for the record, that any person may petition the National Assembly for variation of boundaries of a public forest. And when you go down to Sub-Article 4, it says, the Cabinet Secretary shall, within 60 days of the petition being committed to the relevant committee, submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved, subject to A, B, and downward. So I would like to make reference to that and encourage the House to continue the debate. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you are so right that I can't even begin. I was just going through the same act as you are reading. And the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Section 34, is what should guide such a petition. And this petition came to the House pursuant to the provisions of this section. And this is an act of Parliament. The Forest Act. So if anything would be unconstitutional, then it would be the act of Parliament enacted by this same House, Honorable Speaker, years ago. And as you have rightly said, Honorable Speaker, the Act says that any person may petition the National Assembly, as you have said, for the variation of the boundaries or even for revocation of registration of a public forest or a portion of a public forest. Therefore, the petitioners were right, because any one of them would have done it. They never needed even to do it as a group. Honorable Speaker, 2 is what you have pointed out in subsection 4, and even before subsection 4, he says that the petition under subsection 2A says that such a petition under subsection 1 shall only be forwarded to the National Assembly on the recommendation of the service, and that is the Kenya Forest Service, Honorable Speaker, which falls under the Ministry of Forest and Environmental Conservation, Honorable Speaker. The petition made under this subsection will be considered in accordance with the provisions of the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Act and our standing orders of the National Assembly. That is what the committee has done. pursuant to these provisions of the law. Subsection 4, Honorable Speaker, which you have alluded to, is that the Cabinet Secretary shall within 30 days, did the Cabinet Secretary conform with that? Yes, the Cabinet Secretary did that. Within 30 days of the petition being committed to the relevant committee, submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved or not. And the Cabinet Secretary did, and the Chair has alluded to it, give the Ministry's recommendations as to the provisions of this subsection 4. And what is made subjective by that subsection 4 is, one, whether the petition being subjected to an independent environmental impact assessment, which the committee's report ably captures. Two, whether public consultation had been done in line with what we were debating 2 weeks ago, public participation, because is a mandatory provision in our constitution that there must be public consultation being undertaken in accordance with the second schedule. That has been done, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going to the substance of what the petitioners say. For those who know Manzini, for instance, and the Chair had alluded to it, it is a town. There's no forest. It is a town where people have settled. So unless you are telling us, just like Honorable Speaker, you remember in the 11th Parliament, this House considered such a petition from the people of Kamite Anima. Unfortunately, yours truly, the Speaker, was the chair of the Lands Committee in this House. And Honorable Speaker, you remember, you tabled a report in this House which was adopted. And in fact, we should be now asking the Ministry and KFS why they are yet to act on Kamite Anima, because this is a place where people have settled, where there are public institutions, public schools, public government offices, administrative offices. People have built their homes, but the land was still classified to have been part of what was then Kamite Forest, which no longer exists, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this petition, Honorable Speaker, that's why I say, speak to certain rights that Kenyans have. The right to own property. And we cannot deny the people of Kenya the right to own property, Honorable Speaker. And as I said, if you look at the people for Kakamega and the member for Navakholo, we'll tell you, many of those people were moved because they had to create room for establishment of government institutions. Are we then telling them that they cannot be settled anywhere else, Honorable Speaker, where they have settled now around Shiva, it's called Shivan, Shavilinga. These Western names, Honorable Speaker, are a bit difficult. I therefore say, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this petition, and I thank the committee for having considered, because they have been considerate of the rights of other Kenyans who have rights to own property, a right to have shelter over their heads, and the people of Western Kenya must have that right, and they must enjoy it.
Give him a minute, please. Give the majority leader 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, I was just finishing by saying the people of Kakamega have a right like all other Kenyans, and we must protect the people of Kakamega. We must protect the people of Uasin Gishu in Manzini there to own and be able to have shelter over their heads and be able to live decent livelihoods like the people of Kikuyu do, like the people of Suba South do. And we must live in a country where we feel each other's pain. When the people in Western Kenya live in pain, I must be able to feel that pain. Somebody from Suba South must be able to feel the pain of the people of Western Kenya, the people of Kakamega who are living without shelter today, Honorable Speaker. You must feel the pain of people of Manzini, Honorable Speaker, who cannot take bank loans today because they have no title deeds. I associate myself and fully support the committee, and I rise to support this motion, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Janet Sitienei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to be able to add my voice to this debate, because I come from Manzini. I want to thank the committee for banning the midnight oil and being able to even visit the area to confirm that the residents have been living there or residing there since the early 90s. They have been there for over 30 years. And therefore, I wish to ask I wish to also thank the Cabinet Secretary for being able to take it for approval for regularization to settle Manzini, Manzini, Chebiuk, and others. We also have other petitions like Chepkumya that will come in later. I know there are quite a number of petitions under this. Manzini area covers an area of 1241.5 hectares and was surveyed and designated an LDR number 11945 for settlement, planning, and regularization. It was established in the early 90s to settle squatters and people who were landless. At the moment as we speak, it actually holds about over 30,000 people that are residing in that area. They have been there. We have over 16. It hosts over 15 institutions, that is schools, secondary schools, and primary schools. Manzini settlement also hosts a number of churches, over 30 churches. There is also a sub-county office that is established in Manzini area. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank the committee for being able to ban the midnight oil to be able to cite these areas for regularization. Honorable Speaker, the people of Manzini have actually faced socioeconomic challenges for a very long time, for over 30 years, because of absence of this regularization, because they had no collaterals and they were not able to even engage in any social or economic activities or even indulge in developing that particular area. So this is going to give them an opportunity now to settle and be able to engage in economic activities because they are going to acquire a collateral to be able to engage in those economic activities. Honorable Speaker, these people have suffered for a long time. 30 years is not a short time to have a landless person not having a collateral to be able to engage in economic activities. Many of them have had families that have grown exponentially for 30 years, and some of them have even subdivided the land. Some of them have passed on, those that acquired that land at that time in the early 90s, and therefore this is coming in a right time to be able to settle those squatters so that they can also live like other Kenyans and engage in economic activities and develop their areas, grow even cash crops, and be able to earn a reasonable income to be able to grow the economy just like the other residents of this country. So, Honorable Speaker, I really wish to support this motion and support that even the other areas that have such challenges be considered in future so that all people that are landless and are able to be settled, be settled. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank the committee once more for being able to visit this site and realize that this is an area that has been settled. Not a single tree is existing there except that were planted by the residents of Manzini area at that, since the time they have settled in that area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And for purposes of information, is that this petition was here even in the last term, last parliament. I still remember it was brought to this house, but because of the expiry of the EIA, it was stepped down. So this petition has been here long enough. It was in this house in the last parliament, the 12th parliament. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that opportunity.
Let me hear from the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let's hear a voice from Kakamega.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, I want to confirm that I come from Kakamega County, my sub-county being Navaholo sub-county. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me to appreciate the Honorable Kawaya, the chair for this committee, for this very, very good motion he has brought to the House. Honorable Speaker, I just want to support but put a claim, a suggestion, Honorable Speaker, that this is a wonderful position
with two questions, Honorable Speaker. Are there trees in this land? The answer is no. Is there settlement in this land? The answer is yes. There are people, there are Kenyans who are staying there, Honorable Speaker. But they are staying there, Honorable Speaker, without title. They have nothing to present. Should you call upon them to say, what do you own? So what we are doing, Honorable Speaker, we are just saying that we have to formalize, give these Kenyans a title to where they own, a title to what they hold on, Honorable Speaker. And most of it, Honorable Speaker, is not individual. These are institutions. Institutions, for instance, issues of schools, issues of hospital, churches, and administrative units, Honorable Speaker. But I want to take one direction, Honorable Speaker, to address the issue of Turbo. My good neighbor here, the Honorable Nabina Bwera, a very responsible member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, whom I want to really applaud for the efforts he has made. Honorable
Chairman, Chair, I have a point of order from the Honorable Member for Kericho, the Honorable Kemei. What is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Having listened to the members, I stand on and our Order 95. I request that the mover be called upon to reply. It is like everybody else is supporting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, I can put that to test. Can I give one way? Let me give one way chance to conclude.
Thank you, Honorable
You
Speaker.
have a balance of like about 3 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without usurping your powers, Honorable Speaker, this motion going without the voice of Lugari, the custodian of our forest, where Honorable Speaker would want to say something about, will not be very good and fair for him, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that the chair for the committee, Honorable Speaker, should take possession of the request of the people of Lugari, especially the Mautuma settlement scheme, Honorable Speaker. In the year 2002, and the member for Lugari is here, if you give him chance, he'll have to say so. In the year 2002, Honorable Speaker, in the year 1992, Honorable Speaker, the scheme called Mautuma Settlement Scheme was suggestively given to the people of Lugari. Those are 34 years from today. Honorable Speaker, these people are now living as squatters. The institution, the schools there, Honorable Speaker, we have about several number of schools, and the member can count for us. We have several churches, administrative units. There is no forest, Honorable Speaker, in Mautuma today. I want to implore my colleague, the Honorable Member, Mheshimiwa Kawaya, that should our petition land on your desk, expeditiously put it to us, so that we pass in a similar way, so that the people of Mautuma can also have the same. And why should I speak about Mautuma, Honorable Speaker? My people from Nabaholo and Lugari, they are neighbors. Some have also had to suffer the same fate, Honorable Speaker. So when I join my colleague, the Honorable Nabi, we will be pushing for our people in the common interest. And Honorable Speaker, just reiterate on the earlier debate that a member wanted to raise in terms of carging the House to debate such an issue, Honorable Speaker. Article 95 is obsolete, Honorable Speaker, to resolve any issue. Nothing stops this House from resolving any issue, even an obstacle that states otherwise. We have all the rights to resolve, discuss. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to implore and say we are right, the petition is rightfully before us, and we move on to support this report by the great member of, the great chair of this committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Member for Navakholo. Honorable members, I will give a chance to the Honorable Nabwera Nabi. After that, I'll put to test what has been said by the Honorable Kemei.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Turbo Forest, which is mentioned here, is partly in Wasingishu and partly in Kakamega. Half of the forest is in my constituency, Lugari. Madam Speaker, in 1992 June 7th, the then President of the Republic of Kenya, President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, using the powers given to him by the Constitution by that time, having been a trustee of all the land, gave land to people of Manzini and gave land to people of Mautuma in Lugari constituency the same day. Honorable Speaker, the people of Manzini for 32 years have been living as squatters simply because the then systems that were there did not regularize the land so that the land would be moved from forest and people be given the titles. The same fate befell the people of Lugari. Honorable Speaker, the people of Jebuk have suffered for years. The people of Shivinga and Shiru in Kakamega have suffered the same fate. Madam Speaker, as we debate this issue, as I support this issue wholeheartedly, I'm putting it to the chair, and I've spoken to him personally, that he processes the petition of the people of Mautuma Central, which houses 7 primary schools, 2 secondary schools. It houses Amin Stadium. It houses our KMTC. It houses 2 markets and a township. 27 churches that he considers the same. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that the broad-based government promised the people of Kenya is to treat people equitably. And it is on that basis that I support this petition and request the chairman of the committee to look at all the petitions so that people are treated equally before going into the next election. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Kapondi.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to add my voice. This debate wouldn't have been concluded without the voice of Mount Elgon. Madam Speaker, this is a historical issue. It is about historical injustice. And what we need to understand, if I may put you to the historical context, the people who resided in Kitale before the colonialists, when they were displaced in 7 different directions. There are those ones who left to Uganda, there are those ones who left to West Pokot, there are those ones who left to Narok. And Madam Speaker, the Elgonji Dorobo were displaced to what is currently known as Chepkitale. Madam Speaker, the government of Kenya in 1971, the reason why I'm saying it's a historical issue, from 1971, when this settlement was created, the settlement has not been done. It was partially done in 1989, which considered only phase 1. But phase 2 and phase 3, Madam Speaker, to date, has remained an eyesore. Madam Speaker, one reason why Mount Elgon is what it is in terms of failure to realize necessary development is because Chebuk remains an integral part of Mount Elgon. It has remained a sore wound. Without it being sorted out, the entire Mount Elgon has witnessed the conflicts that it has witnessed because the issue of Chebuk phase 2 and phase 3 has not been resolved. I wish, Madam Speaker, that my friend Karoli Omondi was part of this committee on environment to have visited. I wish he was part of that committee that went for public participation. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, that you talk about a forest. It's a place that is completely settled, infrastructure is fully there, And Madam Speaker, for lack of this degazettement, these people have been living like bats. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank this government that after successive governments tried and failed to make the necessary move so that these people get the rightful share. Madam Speaker, it is only this government that has moved forward courageously. And I want to applaud our president for taking the lead. I want to applaud this committee and the colleagues in this house that let us give the people of Jebiu, the people of Manzini, and we give the people of Shavringa the justice they deserve by giving them title deeds so that they can also live like other Kenyans. Otherwise, my friend Karoli, nobody doubts your intellect as one of the finest lawyers in this country. But also have a human heart and have time at least to go through reports. I remember during the finance bill, one of our colleagues talked about what is a non-existent clause. So in this report, it is clear, Madam Speaker, that there were 100 petitions that came to this house, which the ministry took over and consolidated. And that is why we have this motion before the House in the right way. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to conclude by saying that there are other areas, like in Mautuma. Talk of other areas like Kaptega, like Kiboro, where Kenyans are still suffering. They have not gotten their rights. So, Madam Speaker, as we conclude this matter, for people of Chebiuk, Manzini, and Shavringa to get what is rightful theirs, let us also consider those ones that the petition is yet to come to this House so that we can expeditiously sort out.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Tharaka. You're the last one on this.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before you put the question, I would wish to first and foremost support this motion. I think it's timely because it is doing justice to people who have suffered injustice for quite some time. And number two, it's good we have some legal discussion with Honorable Karoli Omondi because he seemed to challenge the constitutionality of the motion on the basis that he read a constitutional provision. That provision deals with the constitutional petitions. What we are dealing with here is a petition under the Forest Management and Conservation Act. And it's not the only one that has provision for petitions. Under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, there are various provisions for petitions to be taken to the High Court, to be brought to Parliament, and to be taken to the Ministry. Number three, even under the Marriage Act and the marriage laws, we have a provision for petitions. And those are totally different from public petitions under the Constitution. And finally, remember a petition brought by a cabinet secretary is also a public petition because it is brought on behalf of the people. Just the way we have public funds, public lands, and whatever else we have to have. So your ruling is correct, and we will be going with Karoli Omondi once in a while later to discuss how these petitions are constitutional and how they are supposed to be brought. I do support.
Thank you, Member for Tharaka. Honorable members, the member for Kericho County rose on a point of order and stated Standing Order 95 that the mover be called upon to reply, and I would like to put this to test on whether the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover. Give the mic to the Honorable Kawaya.
All right,
Vincent
thank you.
Musyoka.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to donate just 1 minute to Honorable Kimani Kuria, then I will do reply in 1 minute. You can't.
When the mover has been called to reply,
The mover cannot donate a minute.
Yes, you cannot. So when someone raises understanding order 95, you do not have the... I know you want to be kind to your colleague, but
I really
the
wanted to
standing
be kind
orders
to
do
him.
not allow you to do that. Just go ahead and
Honorable
reply.
Speaker, thank you, and I want to appreciate members for the contributions and in support of what is actually right. Honorable Speaker, we should never make it a habit of trivializing everything, especially on small issues that the law knows no cure. And for this particular matter, Honorable Speaker, the most important thing is the content. It is important to note that the people of Shaviringa, these are people who donated their very, very own land to government. And they have been frustrated over years after donating their own land that they owned. This is not government donating land to them. They surrendered their own land. They have been frustrated over the years because where they were settled, because government, for instance, on this particular case, wanted to build public facilities. It is right, because we have taken their property to settle these people and give them the relevant documents. Honorable Speaker, the matter of other petitions or other pending similar matters has also been raised. And let me also say that during the consideration of this particular petition, this is a fairly emotive matter. And there are so many similar petitions that are yet to be considered. And we've been in discussions with also the relevant other stakeholders to see how we can expedite the other petitions so that other Kenyans and consolidate them. For instance, the Mautuma case that has just been mentioned, this ought actually to have been together with the Manzini because it is the same area. And we regret the omission, and we will expedite as soon as this petition comes before the House, because the Forest Conservation and Management Act, as it is, sets out clearly the procedures of disgazettement on any public land, and that and other petitions that some of which have also been actually considered by the Cabinet will be expedited as soon as they come before the committee. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to reply. I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report of the consideration of a petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shifaringa settlement schemes laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 24th June 2026, and pursuant to provisions of Section 34(5) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, this House, A, finds that the petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shaviranga settlement schemes provide sufficient grounds for the variation of the boundaries of specified public forest, and B, approves, Roman 1, that the boundaries of Tarbo Forest be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in Manzini Forest Block. Roman 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in the Manzini forest block. I take 2 again. Honorable members, because of the numbers and for the accuracy of this petition, I would like to repeat 2. That the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in Chepuk Phase 2 and Phase 3, and Roman 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega Forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiru and 36 hectares at Shivaranga from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation of beneficiaries who surrendered land to the government to establish public institution and government offices. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. Second reading.
Chair budget, I heard you, but that is as per the reorganized order paper by the Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026 be now read for a second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank the Chair and the members of the Committee of Finance and National Planning who took this this bill through the public participation phase, and they engaged the public last month when many of us were on recess, and the Finance Committee took a lot of their time to consider this bill and take it to the public through public participation. Honorable Speaker, the Finance and National Planning Committee, having conducted this very extensive public participation, received memoranda from at least 12 key institutional stakeholders and held physical hearings across the many counties that they visited as they also considered the finance bill. And if you have had time to go through their report, the National Treasury did raise concerns over excessive financial exposure, leading the committee to strictly prohibit investments in high-risk speculative derivatives, unlisted real estate, and private equity. And those who have looked at the bill, you know that indeed these are issues that had been pointed out in the bill. There are also issues that the Controller of Budget warned against, a part of financial architecture resulting in committee revisions to at least 3 clauses, that's clauses 11, 14, and 17, having made, making written authorization from the Controller of Budget mandatory for all fund withdrawals, so that any withdrawals from this fund must now get the authorization of the controller of budget, not controller. The Office of the Auditor General also flagged a lack of transition triggers for resource depletion, prompting the committee to require a pre-approved structured depletion strategy plan to safeguard long-term savings. Honorable Speaker, I know many of the stakeholder engagement issues that were raised are contained in the report by all the other people who appeared before the committee, and therefore let me not belabor some of these issues, because I'm certain the chair of the National Finance and National Planning Committee, who was actively involved in the public participation, will speak to some of these issues. But that is to say, Honorable Speaker, that the bill will be informed by stakeholder engagements and public participation in amendments when we get to the Committee of the Whole House on this bill. And moving on, Honorable Speaker, let me just state that this bill is a very important bill in the new financial architecture of our country, Honorable Speaker. And I say the new thinking and in the new financial architecture of our country because when we went to the public to seek for their votes 3 years ago, we did promise the people of Kenya that we shall re-engineer how we manage public resources and ensure that we do not overburden the people of Kenya with taxation. And we can only do that, Honorable Speaker, if we are taking care of our resources, including our natural resources, and utilizing them now for the benefit of our generation and future generations, Honorable Speaker. And we cannot do that if we do not have the financial architecture and institutional or legal framework to guarantee the people of Kenya that we are indeed going to take care of our resources now and in the future. And the resources that we have today, Honorable Speaker, will not be used or utilized and depleted within 1 or 2 generations. That even our children's children and their grandchildren will come to benefit from resources that belong to our country, Honorable Speaker. You know, before independence, Honorable Speaker, many people came to Africa, our colonial masters, and many of them came and extracted resources from raw materials in the agricultural sector to minerals and other natural resources, and they utilized these resources to grow their economies back home and left many African nations in squalor and in abject poverty, Honorable Speaker. That is why you hear even today, Honorable Speaker, we must be at the forefront as a nation that is very strong in this region, Honorable Speaker, and I must thank the President because he has been at the forefront in advocating for a fairer financial architecture in the world, Honorable Speaker. Because many African countries or many countries in the South have suffered years and years, Honorable Speaker, of a very unjust financial architecture. And therefore, part of that endeavor, Honorable Speaker, must also begin here at home and in the country, Honorable Speaker, and that is what informs the government's position and policy around the establishment of a number of new things, which we began, Honorable Speaker, with the National Infrastructure Fund, which I must thank this House because that fund now is a reality, and Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Karoli Omondi was just asking me to thank him that we have now even gotten an extra few billion shillings from Safaricom, Honorable Speaker. And I am glad that they now appreciate that there are certain things that are being done by this administration in the best interest of our country and in the best interest of the people of Kenya. And I speak about the National Infrastructure Fund, Honorable Speaker, because in a way it has a relation to this fund that we seek to establish under this bill. Because this bill seeks to establish the Kenya Sovereign Wealth Fund as a structured financial instrument that will be designed to safeguard our long-term economic stability and also ensure the benefits of our natural resources are preserved for the present generation, ourselves, and future generations, our children and their children, Honorable Speaker. And the fund is proposed to achieve a number of objectives, which include providing the national government or the Kenyan government with a buffer from fluctuations of resource or revenues fluctuations from extraordinary shocks. And Honorable Speaker, we are living such a time, Honorable Speaker, that our economy, our macroeconomy, is suffering from external and extraordinary shocks. The war in the Middle East is such an extraordinary occurrence that we have no control over, but in a way, it affects our macroeconomic stability. COVID, as the member for, is that the member for Molo, the member for Dagoretti South says, COVID also came as an extraordinary shock to our macroeconomy, and we had no buffer. Therefore, we seek to have a buffer that should anything like COVID, war, even the riots that you see every now and then instigated by clueless, rudderless, visionless politicians. Those are also shocks to the economy, Honorable Speaker, that affect our revenue mobilization and our revenue resources. And therefore, should such occurrences occur, we must always have a buffer, and this is one of the objectives of this bill. Two, the bill also seeks to provide finance for strategic infrastructural investment priorities that will foster growth, economic growth, that is inclusive and growth and development of our economy that will transcend one generation. And therefore, this bill also seeks to provide finance for such strategic infrastructure investments that are commercially viable. And therefore, no funds will come out of this fund to go and be utilized for investments that are not commercially viable. For instance, Honorable Speaker, the commercial viability of a new international airport at JKIA is something that we have spoken over for donkey years, Honorable Speaker. And whereas we know it is a commercially viable investment for our country, we may not have the immediate resources to do that. But if we had developed such a sovereign wealth fund years ago, we would probably have resources that we can borrow from that fund, invest in a commercially viable investment that will help grow our economy and be able to repay the money back into the fund that will benefit even future generations. The third objective, Honorable Speaker, is to build a savings base for future generations. And Honorable Speaker, this fund, maybe I didn't mention, will draw its sources of revenue or its sources of funds from our mineral and oil resources, the upstream extraction of our natural resources, Honorable Speaker. And this money from our minerals, money that will come from our oil extraction in Turkana and probably other areas where we may find oil, but minerals that are there in Kitui, and the member for Kitui Central, the Honorable Makali Mulu, will tell you that the people of Kitui today, many of them suffer because of lack of water, for instance. They have very fertile land, very good and rich soils, but because they don't have water for irrigation, at times they suffer from hunger. At times they have to depend on relief food from the government, Honorable Speaker. And those members like the Honorable Makali Mulu, who come from this corner of Kenya in Kitui, will tell you that this is a land that is very rich with mineral resources. But with those mineral resources be exploited by foreigners because they have the capital to extract those minerals and leave the people of Kitui today and in the future living in abject poverty. We want to ensure that when you extract minerals from Kitui, part of the money that is shared and given to the national government goes into this fund to benefit the people of Kitui now and in the future. That even 100 years from today, Honorable Speaker, the children of Kitui, the great-great-great-grandchildren of Governor Makali Mulu, will benefit from resources that was extracted by their great-great-grandfathers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, therefore, this fund's third objective is to ensure that we are not only doing what we have done with NSSF, and that's why I said many of these things are intertwined. Remember, we spoke here when we were doing amendments in the last parliament on the NSSF bill on the need to have a savings culture in this country. We cannot be telling people to save, but as a country, we are not saving. We are therefore institutionalizing that savings culture in this bill, that we do not deplete our mineral and our oil reserves or resources in the country, and we save nothing for future generations. Or we save nothing to be a buffer for us to go and run to that buffer when we have macroeconomic shocks like the war, COVID, or any other shock that would come to our economy, Honorable Speaker. And you know, these economic shocks, Honorable Speaker, come at the worst of times. Remember, we just came from the COVID pandemic. Then the war happens in the Middle East when nobody expected it. You remember, political scavengers a few months ago were inciting Kenyans, telling Kenyans, oh, it is President William Ruto and this government that is taking the prices of oil up. Not telling people that the prices of fuel in this country are even cheaper than many other developed and oil-producing countries, Honorable Speaker. Because economic shocks, global economic shocks, will always be there. And when they are there, what we need to do is to ensure that we have a buffer that we can run to. Honorable Speaker, this fund comprises of three distinct components, and one is what has been called the Urithi component, or the heritage component, which preserves wealth for future generations through long-term investments. The other is the stabilization concept component that I was speaking to, which cushions our economy during periods of declining resource revenues or external economic shocks like the ones I mentioned, whether it is war, whether it is an epidemic like Ebola, that when those things happen and we are hit by economic shocks that will drive up inflation, we have something that a buffer that we can fall to, and that is the stabilization component. The strategic infrastructure investment component, Honorable Speaker, is what I was alluding to when I said that should we have a fund that we can draw from to invest in commercially viable projects that will also help our economy to grow, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a very important bill for our country, and members will see from the provisions of the bill and some of the safeguards that even the committee has spoken to on ensuring that any monies that are any of the funds, should they, before withdrawal of such monies, the controller of budget has a view or has a purview of that. Honorable Speaker, additionally, nobody will be allowed to use as collateral for any borrowing of a national government entity, a state corporation, a county government entity or county corporation or any other legal or natural person. Nobody will be allowed to use these funds as collateral for any borrowing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, for those who have gone through the bill, you see, the only thing that can happen within the funds, any surplus funds that we have, we can use whatever surplus funds we have in this fund to liquidate or to reduce on our public debt, which, Honorable Speaker, we have again been speaking in volumes and very loudly about public debt. Yet all we do is speak about public debt, but many people do nothing about it. Honorable Speaker, you heard those who last week were pontificating here on how we are getting ourselves into debt, but they never have alternative ideas on what to do to deal with public debt. Because, Honorable Speaker, the best you can do with public debt, and globally, whether you go to Japan, whether you go to the US, whether you go to the UK, where our Prime Minister has just resigned, Honorable Speaker, there is no country that is not confronted with the question of public debt. And even us as individuals, we deal with our own debt on a daily basis. All we need to be certain about, Honorable Speaker, as a country, as individuals, is your capacity or our ability to repay on our debt.
Majority Leader, just to fill you in, it is unfortunate that these members are not here to contribute to this important debate that would be giving us solutions to the issue of public debt.
Honorable Speaker, it is indeed unfortunate. And I say, you know, some of the ones who are pontificating here and shouting loudest the other week, I heard them even claim that they had appeared before the Finance and National Planning Committee and would be proposing amendments during the Committee of the Whole. When the Committee of the Whole was here, Honorable Speaker, they were nowhere. They went missing. Because as I had said, all they seek to do is to come during debate, during second reading, speak to the gallery, go and cut clips to circulate on TikTok, and look heroic. You are just a villain. You cannot be a hero when you just appear in Parliament to speak to the gallery and do nothing, because actually you don't even believe yourself in the things you are saying. That is why people went to pontificate, because you know, oh, when I appear for public participation before the National Planning and Finance Committee, they will be live on camera, there will be cameras in the room, and I might look very intelligent in front of those cameras. But what you're not telling Kenyans is that you are lying to them, because you know better and you know the truth. And I say that especially those who claim to be students of economists, because any student of economics knows the truth about the things they speak about that are not true. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I have challenged many of them, those who are here the other week, and I have told them, if there is something you ever said in this house, stand by it if you said it on a matter of principle. But if you are just pontificating for the sake of speaking to the gallery and speaking to cameras, Kenyans will call you out. And I thank Kenyans, because I have seen over this weekend, they have called out those who are intellectual conmen and masters of intellectual deceit, Kenyans have called them out. They have seen that they were only pontificating here, alleging that they can do things in committee of the whole house, yet they never file a single amendment to the Finance Act, to the Finance Bill, which is now an act of parliament, Honorable Speaker.
What is out of order? What is out of order, Honorable Gitonga? John.
So, Honorable Speaker, is the majority leader in
And
order?
ensure that you state to me the point of order that you are making reference to.
Is the majority leader on order, Honorable Speaker?
No, you cannot
Can
tell
he
me order.
specify, Honorable
I
Speaker,
order
the
you now
members-
to state the point of order on which you are raising, so that you relate with what is out of order.
Honorable Speaker, I have seen you give many people point of orders without asking them why. Honorable Speaker, it's not right.
But now I'm asking you
I
what is out
am
of order
saying,
and
Honorable
which standing
Speaker,
order you are referring to. Then, if there is nothing out of order, just take your seat. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You may forgive the Honorable Member for Manyata. He's doing his first term, so he has not taken time to familiarize himself with the standing orders. And Honorable Speaker, you have directed, and other speakers have directed, that when you seek to interject on a point of order, you must know what the provisions of the standing orders. And I would invite the member for Manyata to just read, not to be like those who are not reading. You had a member here claim there is clause 169 of a bill that he had not read. And he was there pontificating, Honorable Speaker. I was saying, I thank God and I thank the people of Kenya because they are calling out people who are intellectual conmen and masters of political deceit. And I thank the people of Kenya for calling them out. And they must continue to call, even me, if I become an intellectual conman and a master of political deceit, please call me out, Kenyans. And thank you for calling out the masters of political deceit and intellectual conmen who pontificate about economic matters when they are lying to Kenyans and do nothing about it when they ought to do something about it, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that because during debate of the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, I had many stand here and say, I oppose this clause because of this and this and that. And when we challenge them, show us where those provisions are in the bill, they couldn't because they knew those provisions are not there. I thank Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, because...
For the benefit of the Honorable Gitonga, you go to our standing orders, Roman 5, table of contents. It will give you everything that you want to make reference to. So if you have this book and you just go to, it's just very easy. So just go there and mention the standing order. I'll give it to you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for guiding the young member for Manyata. And I will also help him. In fact, the gadgets in front of us, Honorable Speaker,
I'll be fair to you. Now
have
tell
digital
me,
copies.
Which standing order are you making reference to?
The gadgets in front of us
The
have...
Majority Leader, let me hear him.
Honorable Speaker, I am standing on a point of order, standing order 105. Which says? Honorable Speaker, is the majority leader on order. Honorable Speaker, the members can read the standing order and see what it says. But Honorable Speaker, I want the
Can you stop
the majority
correcting his
leader.
language? Just stop correcting his language.
Thank you very
Please
much.
proceed.
Protect me from these members Honorable Speaker, I just don't want to lose my train of thought. I just want, Honorable Speaker, the majority leader to clarify.
Did you say standing order 105?
Yes. No, I'm on point of order. You cannot be on a point of order when I'm on a point of order. It's not possible.
105 in the point of order. Please read it verbatim, word to word. Word to word, so that the people of Manyata know that.
Majority, Honorable Baya, let him read the standing order.
105, word for word.
Honorable Speaker.
105.
My gadget is reading a different clause, Honorable Speaker.
So you are completely out of order. Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, you are completely out of order. Take your seat. Majority Leader, please conclude your remarks.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let us forgive the member for Manyata. Standing order 105 is members to remain in their places until the Speaker has left the chamber. Maybe just let me... Honorable Speaker, you know the member for Manyata is doing his first term. And as his leader of majority, I am obligated to educate him that this particular standing order number 105 speaks to when the Speaker stands from a position at the time the House adjourns. Like now the House will adjourn at 9 p.m. If you don't know, it will be 9 p.m. when the House adjourns. When the Speaker is exiting, the standing order says, members shall stand in their places until the Speaker has left the chamber. That is why the sergeant at arms stands at the door, so that you remain in your place until the Speaker exits. Honorable Speaker, you know, this house is good, and that's why I was thanking Kenyans and thanking God that God is continuing to expose these people for who they are. That those who do not read simple things as a standing order, a book that you have even guided has an index that the member would quickly go to and see what would be relevant to what he wants to raise. But away from that, we must read and understand the legislative proposals that come before the House, Honorable Speaker, because when such an important bill, Honorable Speaker, is before the House, don't even seek to interrupt debate because I have mentioned things about people who are not reading. I will continue challenging members of parliament to spend time to read. Because you cannot be the best amongst the people who have elected you. Then you come here and you don't read anything. You must read and internalize and even be able to interpret what you are legislating on, because you are doing this as a very solemn duty on behalf of another 50 million Kenyans. And I said we are fortunate, 349 of us have been privileged to come and read on behalf of millions of other Kenyans. Therefore, we must spend time to read and internalize and understand the things we are doing. We can't come here and talk about clauses in a bill because we want to mislead Kenyans. And you know, Honorable Speaker, I know the member from Manyata may have wanted to interrupt me because he knew I was going to speak about this. And maybe it's time I spoke about it. Because we must never use the floor of this House to mislead Kenyans out there. We did it 2 years ago. We misinformed Kenyans. I know there are people out there who are in government who are part of the choreographed campaign to misinform, disinform Kenyans. And I have said in other forums, Honorable Speaker, these are political scavengers. They will scavenge on anything. They will scavenge on the Ebola pandemic or epidemic that was there in Congo. And even claim that Laikipia is in Mount Kenya, seeking to incite the people of Mount Kenya, Honorable Speaker. The other day I was in my constituency and I was asking the people of Kikuyu, who I represent. And I was thanking them, telling them they must maintain the dignity and the honor that the people of Kenya have given the people of Mount Kenya for many years. The people of Mount Kenya were never known to burn down property. They were never known for that. The people of Mount Kenya were never known to ban anything, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the people of Mount Kenya were known to be protectors of wealth, not destroyers of wealth. But because of visionless, clueless, rudderless, agendaless, scavenging political leaders, Honorable Speaker, they have now turned our people to be people who are easily incited to violence. Honorable Speaker, when these political scavengers attempted to scavenge on the Ebola epidemic in the Congo, went out inciting Kenyans around the question of Ebola, saying, oh, this government wants to bring Ebola into Kenya.
Whereas what the government was doing is preparing in case that pandemic came into our country to ensure that we are safe. They weren't telling people, oh, Ebola is being brought to Laikipia. And I will say, shame on you. Because you must allow every administration to protect the people of Kenya. Any government, whether it is this government or any other government, works for the people and in protecting lives and property of Kenyan people. When these political scavengers, Honorable Speaker, discovered that the Ebola was even dwindling in the Congo and may not find its way into Kenya as they had prayed and hoped, because I am sure they were praying and hoping that Ebola would find its way here so that they can use that as an agenda. Because they have been told they have no agenda, they have no vision, and even other things that they have been told they don't have. And they continue to exhibit that indeed it is true. They do not have those things they are told they do not have. Honorable Speaker, they never got tired. They attempted to scavenge on a finance bill. Unfortunately, one of them went and said that we are converting all freehold land to leasehold land and taxing Kenyans on land. When we challenged him, he took off, he never spoke about it again. The other one, the master of violence, claimed that we are increasing the rental income tax to Kenyans and claimed only people from his community are landlords. Honorable Speaker, I am a landlord. So is the member for Kitui, Mboni, Honorable Mboni. He is my neighbor in Embakasi where we are landlords. Only that he collects more rent than me. But Honorable Speaker, whereas the finance bill was protecting tenants, someone claims that we are increasing rental income tax. I am glad none other than the president yesterday put the record straight on the provisions of the finance bill. And these political scavengers have been left in shame. I know they were praying for a trigger for June 25th. I am sorry, you have not found it in Ebola. You never found it in the finance bill. I hear one of them now claiming, oh, this and that leader are the ones who are organizing. You know, Kenyans are not foolish, and they know you, and they can read through what you are doing. Honorable Speaker, are we the first country in the world to have such a sovereign wealth fund? We are not the first. In the Gulf region that we are speaking about, when I was speaking about economic shocks, if you go to UAE, where many of you frequent, the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, or ADIA, manages at least $1 trillion. $1 trillion, Honorable Speaker. That's about 130 trillion Kenya shillings. You can imagine that is your budget of how many years? With your 4.8 trillion budget, and the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority is managing $1 trillion, which are largely drawn from their oil revenues. That is what we seek to do, Honorable Speaker. And it is possible within our lifetime, as we have been told, to not only move this country from being a developing nation to a developed nation, it is also possible within our lifetime to ensure that we legislate on such progressive laws that will see this country manage trillions of dollars or trillions, hundreds of trillions of shillings in a sovereign wealth fund that will guarantee even our future generations that they will have a secure nation, and they will remember us that at our time, we not only read bills, like we are inviting some to read bills and read our standing orders, but we utilized our intellect to take care of our resources for our benefit and for the benefit of our future generations. The people of Manyata, just like the people of Kikuyu, expect me and the Honorable Mukunji to legislate on their behalf in their best interest. And this is one such bill that I look forward that we will all support, because it is speaking to the issues that we all pontificate about out there in rallies. And I invite all of us, Honorable Speaker, to help us grow this economy, to help us safeguard the future of our children and their children. to help us deal with macroeconomic shocks and to help this country deal with investments that are commercially viable, that we can be able to utilize such a fund from Honorable Speaker. Just to give you another example, Honorable Speaker, in Norway, the government pension fund Global invests its revenues generated from petroleum resources again, and today this fund is the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, managing assets exceeding $2 trillion and investing globally in companies. Very soon, our nation will be investing globally. And in fact, those who have read this bill will see that it speaks to that. That is why we are avoiding the route of speculative derivatives or even speculative investments, so that we are able to invest globally where we get the highest return and be able to grow our economy and secure it for future generations. Honorable Speaker, let me not speak about the governance and administration of this fund because it is very well clearly spelled out. The bill establishes a board of directors responsible for governance of the fund. So it is not a fund that will be controlled by any one single person in the government, and the board is the one that will formulate the investment policies, oversee the management of the fund, appoint professional investment managers, and ensure compliance with this bill, or with the act, should this bill pass into law and become an act of parliament. And the fund also, the bill also has created many...
Order, Majority Leader. What is happening with these two members walking in? The Honorable Kaluma and is the Honorable Rosabui. What is happening? Because the way you are walking into the house is completely unparliamentary. Yeah, and it's out of order. You are lucky that you are on the same side of the house.
Honorable Speaker, I think it is because the Honorable Member for Homa Bay, Honorable Peter Kaluma's tie is matching very well with the beautiful dress from the member for Kisumu, Honorable Rosa Buyu, Akinyi Buyu. And they are very smart, both of them, Honorable Speaker. We have noticed them. Honorable Speaker, I was saying this bill contains very robust accountability mechanisms, and it requires that there will be audited, annual audited financial statements, annual performance reports, audit by the Auditor General, submission of reports to Parliament, publication of the fund's financial and investment performance for public scrutiny. And of course, as I said, the committee has further improved that to ensure that even the controller of budget has a purview of any withdrawals and what is going on in this fund. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the bill, it also creates mechanisms to ensure that in the run-up to an election, at least 3 months before an election, there's an audit of this fund, and the fund is frozen during the electioneering period to make sure that we safeguard the fund from abuse, like happened, Honorable Speaker. You remember in the last parliament, and the member for Dagoretti South will tell you what happened with Telcom. And people are in a rush to steal from government. This fund, nobody will be in a rush to steal because we are putting safeguards in law so that whenever there is a transition from one government to another, nobody abuses their office to be able to steal from the public, because this is a fund that we intend, as I said, to be of benefit to us and to future generations, Honorable Speaker. The accounts of this fund will be held in the Central Bank of Kenya, and therefore, when we sell our resources and government gets its share of revenue from our minerals or from our oil reserves, Honorable Speaker, this money goes directly to the Central Bank, the holding account in the Central Bank of Kenya, and you will see in from clause, I think it was clause 12. I don't want to be like the members who are quoting clauses that are not there in the bill, but the holding account is provided for in one of the clauses. If you read the cash management in clause 23 on the holding account, you'll be able to see even how within 10 days after money has come in, how it will be distributed into the 3 components of the fund. The holding account, Honorable Speaker, in clause 13, was it clause 13, Honorable Speaker? If you just give me a minute.
Yes, clause 7, sorry. That there shall be an account opened and operated at the Central Bank of Kenya for the fund to be known as a holding account. And this holding account, Honorable Speaker, shall be used for receiving, holding and disbursing all proceeds of the fund. Therefore, whether it is from minerals in Kitui, whether it's from the gold in Marsabit, or the gold in Ikolomani, or the gold, Honorable Speaker, in Transmara, or the oil from Turkana, all these monies will be received into this holding account, and it will be maintained in Kenya shillings at the Central Bank of Kenya. And that is what we are saying, Honorable Speaker. Even the committee has appreciated and said that the controller of budget must have a purview of this account, so that any withdrawals from this account is done so in a very transparent and accountable manner. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much because my seconder is a very, very intelligent and diligent member of parliament. When you hear me use the word intelligent and diligent and sharp, I cannot be speaking about any other member except the member for Molo, the chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee, the member for Molo, who I had occasion to join him in his constituency on Saturday, Honorable Speaker. And allow me to say this as I finish, as I beg to move and request the member for Molo to second. Because I was in Molo constituency for an empowerment program with the member for parliament for Molo, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, and the Governor, Honorable Susan Kihika. And I can attest, Honorable Speaker, the people of Molo appreciate the intelligence and the brilliance of their member of parliament. And they love their member of parliament. And they are certain that he will get a third term. So when those who do not read bills shout one term, they must know the member of Molo is going for his third term. And the people of Molo appreciate his intelligence and his brilliance. In fact, I met a number of border riders in that empowerment, and they told me the work that our member of parliament is doing in exposing those who do not read, exposing those who claim to be lawyers, who cannot read and interpret the law. Because the member for Molo read the provisions of the law for a member who had alleged that she's a lawyer, and actually interpreted the law almost in vernacular for that member to understand. It's only that the member for Molo is from the Rift Valley. Otherwise, if the member for Molo was from Kirinyaga, I am certain he would have translated that law in vernacular. The only thing I heard, Honorable Speaker, is that he also accused some people of being smugglers. I hope those smugglers never smuggle things into the chambers of parliament, Honorable Speaker. I hope those smugglers can be exposed for what they are. And thank you, the member for Molo. I beg to move and request the Honorable Kuria Kimani to second.
Honorable Majority Leader, I've had the privilege of working with the member for Molo, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, and he will tell you it is not just the people of Molo who confirm he is a genius, but I've become a finance expert under his tutelage in the finance committee in less than a month. He's a very sharp guy, and we wish him well, so that he can have a third term like us who are already majority leaders having third term. Honorable Kuria Kimani will now second. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and indeed thank the leader of Majority Party for the very kind words. And I think from the onset, even before I go through my notes on this sovereign wealth fund bill, to thank the leader of Majority Party for having come to my constituency on Saturday. We had a very, very good full day engagement with our people. We told them the truth about the work we're doing here. And Honorable Speaker, we have a very alert Kenyans. We have got very, very alert Kenyans. And they were able to call out to us and tell us they follow our debates in Parliament, that they see and they are calling out those people who are doing the misinformation and disinformation. I was very happy, especially in how we carried out the debate on the finance bill, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I will also want to take this time to urge our young members of Parliament, especially our young members of Parliament serving their first term. Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Speaker, sorry, you know, I'm used to calling you Honorable Kaluma when you're in the committee. Now I'm forgetting. I need to refer you as Mr. Speaker. When we were elected to serve our first time in 2017, I can pinpoint examples of the Honorable Muridhania here, the Honorable Chair for JLAC here, the Honorable Atandi there, the Honorable KJ here, myself, and many other first yes, and leader here, the first-time members of Parliament, for last Parliament, we were very active. In this House, we were very, very active. We hardly missed our sessions, and because, Honorable Speaker, we couldn't catch the Speaker's eye at first, because then we had the legendary likes of Jimmy Angwenyi, we had Dr. Nyikal there, we had Dr. Makalimul there, so Dr. of course, Honorable Kaluma there. So the Speaker will always notice those veteran members of Parliament, and the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah here. So what we used to do is we would sit and wait until it was the close of the House and make our contributions. Until now, the Speaker will notice and say this person understands how to debate. I remember, Honorable Speaker, I think that's when I realized I also enjoy making contributions on matters of finance. And every Speaker on the chair would give me a chance, even before it is late in the evening, to contribute on matters of finance. So I want to encourage these young members of Parliament. It's good you want to be re-elected. It's good you want to make those public statements there, but you may not be able to hone your skills as a legislator. And even if you come back as a member of Parliament, you may not have the opportunity of even serving in a departmental committee as a chairperson or in the leadership, Honorable Speaker. And also, to say that, to add to that, Honorable Speaker, you know, I saw some members give excuses why they were not able to be at the floor to propose the amendments they were propagating in the media. They were not even here to vote because they had other commitments. Honorable Speaker, it's important to point out to Kenyans that being a member of Parliament is a full-time job. It's a full-time job. And if you don't attend Parliament, you're absconding duty. And you know, as a Catholic, Honorable Speaker, you may remember the words of St. Maria Scriva about the sanctity of work. That if you are paid for work that you don't do, you should not be paid at all. Because we only sit here like 3 days in a week mostly. Tuesday from 2:30 to 7, Wednesday full day, Thursday. What other business do you have apart from when you're making the budget for the country, Honorable Speaker? But it's important that Kenyans have been able to see the hypocrisy, the conmanship, as the leader of majority has called it, and they are being called to be responsible citizens. Honorable Speaker, we are in a position of privilege, and the substantive Speaker will always tell us this. We cannot be members complaining to the public, the same public that sent us to Parliament, that when Mama Mboga is discussing that in the market, when the bishop is discussing matters of finance bill and other matters in the church, you are also discussing the same in church or in funerals and absconding your duty to come to Parliament, Honorable Speaker. So I think it's very important that we put that to aspect. But over to the substantive matter of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill number 7 of 2026. Norway, Honorable Speaker, the story of Norway is where I will begin from. And the story starts from 1969, when they discovered oil in their sea called Ecofisic. This was their first oil field, and they started producing oil in 1971. But that is not even the heart of this story. The heart lies in Norway's government pensions fund Global, the largest of its kind in the world, with assets exceeding $2.2 trillion. It is managed by Norges Bank Investment Management. But what is the source of this immense wealth? Investment of surplus in oil and gas reserves. And to whom? They're investing this to their current, but most importantly, to their future generations of people of Norway. Honorable Speaker, the Norwegian people ask themselves this hard question. We have been blessed with surplus of oil and gas. What do we do to ensure that this wealth helps us and our future generations instead of becoming a resource curse, or what you call in economics the paradox of plenty? How do we grow? Honorable Speaker, let me speak to the word I just said, the phrase I just said. the paradox of the plenty. It's also known as the resource curse. This is a counterintuitive phenomenon whereby countries rich in natural minerals often experience lower economic growth, weaker institutions, greater inequality, and poorer development outcomes than resource-scarce nations. Observers noted this, and in the early 18th century, noted this as early as the 18th century, and they coined, and this gained rigorous academic attention in the 90s. A key mechanism in what is referred to as the Dutch disease, where a resource boom drives up the national currency, making other exports like agriculture, manufacturing, and competitive. Honorable Speaker, these two concepts, the paradox of the plenty and the Dutch disease, is when a country gets resources, and let's give you, for example, we get a very rich oil from Turkana. Then all of a sudden, we have a lot of resources from these minerals. So of course, all the attention of people will go to this particular sector because it's very profitable. And you say oils, you just mine, and those are resources. Therefore, they will stop investment in other sectors, like manufacturing, like business. You'll find, even for example, the people of Turkana, when I was following debate on this Turkana, the Turkana oil story, the people of Turkana County were saying, now we have oil. We don't have to do business. We do not have to farm. We do not have to do anything. So that concept is what you call the paradox of the plenty. You'll expect that once you have plenty, then you will succeed, but it ends up being the opposite, Honorable Speaker. And this is what led to, if you read the history of the Dutch disease, to what now refers to as the Dutch disease. Honorable Speaker, we did not travel far for cautionary tales. Look at Nigeria, our sister nation. They have the largest oil reserves in Africa and one of the world's top exporters. For decades, oil has dominated exports and government revenues, yet millions in Nigeria remain trapped in poverty. The Niger Delta bears the scars of environmental degradation and unrest. Agriculture and manufacturing have atrophied. Institutions have grappled with corruption and elite rent-seeking. Or consider, even closer home, the Democratic Republic of Congo. They are endowed with over 70% of the world's cobalt, which is very critical for global green energy transition. They are blessed with vast coltan deposits, which are very essential for manufacturing of electronics. They have copper, they have gold, and they have diamonds. But what has happened? Instead of prosperity, these riches have often fueled conflict, instability, and the capture of narrow interest, leaving one of the planet's most resource-rich nations almost among the poorest. What a paradox. What a resource curse. Honorable Speaker, this is the paradox of plenty in stark relief. Abundance that breeds scarcity, wealth that weakens rather than strengthens a nation. So without proper safeguards, such riches, compounded by Dutch disease, can spread through the body polic like dengue fever, sapping institutional vitality, fueling division and conflict, and depriving current and future generations, even as the ground yields its treasures. Honorable Speaker, by answering this question wisely, Norway developed a model. They developed a vehicle. They developed a blueprint. And this has become a success and a lesson to the rest of the world. Honorable Speaker, we asked the same question, that is the question we asked before us today. It is tucked in the pages of this bill, words with profound call to us and to the future. Legislative sentences that are not just mere words, but are the map to our prosperity as a nation. These clauses and parts in this legislative vehicle will hold significant meaning in the welfare of our country. Honorable Speaker, the 61 clauses contained in the bill should not confound anyone in this House as to what a sovereign wealth fund is or is clothed in difficulty. Its promise is simple. If we were to have oil, which we do, if we will have to have minerals, which we do, if we were to discover natural resources hidden as they are in which we do, what legal instrument should we have to ensure that these resources are utilized and invested in a way to grow it and bequeath it to our children and our children's children? Honorable Speaker, who is supposed to manage these funds? How will the fund be invested? What safeguards should we have to ensure that there are proper controls on its withdrawals? How do we preserve the fund? What lessons can we learn from other countries? And this is precisely what this bill is seeking to do, to provide a legal framework for effective administration and effective management of mineral revenues, petroleum revenues, and other resources. Honorable Speaker, before I proceed further, one may ask, what is a sovereign wealth fund? Well, in 2005, Andrew Rozanov coined the term, and the simplest definition of the term is that they are government-owned investment funds with investments in foreign financial assets. Just like an individual, the government would invest in foreign financial assets and, most importantly, make money. Honorable Speaker, the story of sovereign wealth funds gained prominence in 2007-2008, although it started much earlier. Today we have so many sovereign wealth funds. For example, from Botswana's Pula Fund, and by the way, Botswana's Pula Fund, Pula is a Botswanan currency, but I also learned in Setswana, it means the rain. We can talk about Australia Future Fund, or China's China Investment Corporation, or Singapore's Temasek Holdings Limited, or to the government of Singapore Investment Corporation. I cannot even exhaust the whole list. Honorable Speaker, of course at the beginning, there was a lot of suspicion to what sovereign wealth funds were, and fears of receipt countries on whether sovereign wealth funds could be utilized for political ends. However, misunderstanding has been declared, misunderstanding has been declared, and in place, we now have what we call the Santiago Principles. And these are principles agreed upon by countries and by sovereign funds across the world that has voluntary membership, self-assessment, and they have specific principles on how these funds should be managed. One of those principles, Honorable Speaker, is what may not be so interesting to members of this House, but is avoidance of political influence, Honorable Speaker, in terms of management of these particular funds.
There is a sound, Honorable Wanjala, the Honorable Raphael Wanjala. How can you interrupt such a learned presentation on this bill which is deemed complicated? So Honorable Karoli, who is on phone there? Yeah, so try it. If you want to take a phone, honorable members, we have rooms even behind the speaker here, please. There is nothing out of order. Yeah, continue.
So, Honorable Speaker, in Africa, the success story of a sovereign wealth fund is a Pula Fund in Botswana. They are our close neighbors. They had this foresight in 1993 and in 1994, and that's when they operationalized the Pula Fund. For those who have visited Botswana, you have seen how beautiful the country is, and they're also blessed with a lot of diamonds. The fund is established under the Back of Botswana Act. So these people had such a vision, such foresight, and such thoughtfulness. And as a result, Botswana is one of the most successful countries in our region. Honorable Speaker, the ultimate question that this new member of this House will have to answer quietly in his heart or her heart in this: long after we have served our terms of leadership, way after into the future when we are great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers, when we have now gray hairs and our bones are frail and our eyes are fading, what shall we tell our great-grandchildren and our grandchildren? If we don't bequeath them something precious, that will outlast all of us. Would it then be a proud moment if you were to tell them that this afternoon, this evening, the 24th of June 2026, you supported a bill that peered into their future untainted with the dangers of selfishness and present occupations, to preserve and grow wealth that they would inherit in a world that will be different and that we might not inhabit. Wouldn't it be a better legacy than that would soothe our collective conscience as a nation? Is it that time, if we had the time machine to understand the gravity of this moment? That is a decision before this House, Honorable Speaker. And as I finish, Honorable Speaker, tomorrow is a very important day in our Republic. Tomorrow is a day that we went through personal losses. Tomorrow, 2 years ago, is when disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda, Honorable Speaker, brought our country to her knees. And as we welcome those that want to commemorate the day by remembering the unfortunate lives that were lost during the protests of 2024, let us do it within the provisions of our Constitution. Your right to protest does not take away my right to own my property. Your right to protect does not take away the right of the police officers' lives. The right to protect should not take away the right of other road users, Honorable Speaker. In more, Honorable Speaker, I had a discussion.
Is the time for Honorable Kuria Kimani up?
No. Yeah. As we commemorate, I was saying I had a discussion with the members of the business community in Molo on Saturday, and we had a candid conversation. In 2004, when the attackers, and it's clear because they were paid attackers, Honorable Speaker, because we have not moved away from the home we lived. In fact, when they fell down the wall, it is my neighbors that protected that wall, what remained for several months, because I didn't even have the courage to go back there until I put up another perimeter wall. The business community told me that they thought it was because I was being attacked because of the finance bill, because I was chair of finance committee. But now last year, when they were commemorating, when they tried to do those attacks and they couldn't, some other very irresponsible, I don't want to use the word idiot, paid some people to do vandalism in town. Now Molo sub-county does not have a fire engine because it was burnt down. We do not have county offices because it was burned down. And we're asking, so what did the fire engine of the sub-county or the office of the county has anything to do with whatever you agitated against? After that, when they realized they didn't get anything, they went to the shops. They went to the first day of the market. They went stole mandizis from market women. They went to the shops. They went to Upland's butchery. They stole meat. They went to Itumbe's shop there in Tayari. They stole all his stock, and so many other businesses that suffered. So the business community told me to say today, because this is on TV and Kenyans are watching, they will protect their businesses. You go and protest, but do not destroy other people's property. Picketing, demonstrating is enshrined in our Constitution. You have the right to do that. But you also the right to property is also a right enshrined in our Constitution. And therefore, we will also have the right to protect our properties, to protect our public utilities, because that is the Constitution. You have the right to protect. Having your rights does not mean that you deny me my rights. The same way having my rights does not deny you your rights. When you're talking about sovereign wealth, Honorable Speaker, the earlier discussion was about, by the chair of forest, it was about boundaries of forest, Honorable Speaker. And if I dare you, Honorable Speaker, Molo has also suffered the verge of conflict on boundaries of forest, especially in an area I represent called Mariashoni Ward. Honorable Speaker, in the previous administration, the boundary of the forest and the people of Mariashoni has been a changing target. Until now, we had to call them out and ask, how does the boundary line keep changing? And now, as the chair of forestry does this particular issue they are having, I would urge them to look at where the boundaries of other forests should be. Let there be predictability. Let there be a clear beacon that this is where the boundary is. And also take this time. Now that they are also reinstating, we call it restorative justice. The people of Ogek community, these are people who are called Dorobos, Honorable Chairperson. They exist in Molo, in Mariashoni, they are in Neswet, they are also in Kuresoi. These are people who have traditionally lived in the forest and protected those forests. In fact, if you remember your history, they were referred to as hunters and gatherers. So they lived there. So there is a case that they won at the East African Court of Justice. And it's very important that justice be served to these people in their lifetime. And as they do that, we have had a candid discussion with them and they're saying it's also time to remember also the neighboring communities, because there are so many communities that also benefited from those particular forests, Honorable Speaker. It is possible for human beings to coexist peacefully with wildlife and with even our forest, Honorable Speaker, and get beneficial benefits from both, Honorable Speaker. One of the legacy decisions that His Excellency the President has made in terms of giving these national parks back to the communities. I think a few weeks ago, I went to pick my family in Amboseli, a national park that gone here for a holiday. And it was impressive when driving out of Amboseli National Park. You can see, I think those are some, they're either Samburus or Masais. They have Samburus. There's Masais in Amboseli is Masais. You can see Masais with their cows inside the park, and then a few kilometers from there, inside the park, we're seeing a pack of lions. And they have done that for generations. And that would not have been possible had that Amboseli Park not be given to communities. So even those that used to do farming, for example, in the forest, because when the trees are growing, as long as not planting, say, trees, not crops that are taller than the other crops, shamba system, this would be called shamba system. People should be allowed to do that. We can grow potatoes there as we take care of the trees, and once the trees become bigger, you have harvested your potatoes, you have taken care of the trees, and you move, and then you go to the next plantation. So it's possible for all of us to coexist harmoniously. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, when we did public participation on these bills, and I was with you and the other committee members, it is very impressive to see how knowledgeable and how involved Kenyans want to be and are in the affairs of the running of our country. I was impressed to see young people in Turkana, for example, explaining the difference between first schedule and second schedule of the VAT. That is exempt and zero rate. And you can see he's trying to explain it in Swahili, but he understands what movement of that from zero rate to exempt means. And this shows that these Kenyans are able to comprehend these matters, and they're now following our discussions, our policies, intelligently, deliberately, and actively, Honorable Speaker. And my call, therefore, is to members of the executive, as they utilize the resources that they have been allocated by this House, let them do that diligently, fairly, equitably, and ensure there is value for money for all Kenyans. I submit, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kuria Kimani. It touches every member that you've said we have a date with history and a date with destiny through this bill. Honorable members, I therefore do now propose a question on this bill for your deliberations. And so I propose the question, Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026, be now read a second time. Yes, the Honorable Kangogo Bowen.
Honorable Speaker, I stand on a point of order 97 on a time limitation of debate. And Honorable Speaker, I would suggest that as we discuss this bill, which our Honorable Majority Leader has really spoken about it, and also the able Chair of Finance has given us the insight all of what the bill about, that we have every member contribute 3 minutes or 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
What is the feeling of the members?
5 minutes, 100%.
Why don't we honorable members agree on 5, but for those who can compress, do we agree on that? Yes. So do we agree, or I put the question? Yeah, so it is agreed, honorable members, that we are going to limit contributions by each member henceforth to 5 minutes. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Yeah, so the House has decided, and so it shall be. And so the Honorable John Kiarie will be followed by the Honorable Gitonga Murugara as we come. That will ensure that actually those of us who are in the House who want to speak will speak. And so let us also agree that because of paucity of time, we limit, points of order.
Mr. Speaker, this is a historic piece of legislation that has come before us. And I must commend the mover of this bill, the leader of majority, and the seconder, the Honorable Chair for Finance, Mr. Speaker, for bringing to the House the Kenya Sovereign Wealth Fund, which, if we pass, is going to be an illustrious bill for this House in the 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two things stand out for me. For starters, Mr. Speaker, it must be important for generations to learn the African wisdom that you do not eat the fruit and eat its seeds. That, Mr. Speaker, a family cannot slaughter the chicken and also feed on the eggs, Mr. Speaker. That there must be something in our economy that we preserve for future generations. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the sector in which we preside. Mr. Speaker, you must protect me from all the activity and reset my clock, Mr. Speaker, kindly. Mr. Speaker, I seek your protection. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that there are two things that stand out for me. And one is that we as a country must decide that we will have to come to a place in our economy where we are not like those people who will eat the fruit and eat the seed, Mr. Speaker. That we cannot afford to be the people who eat the chicken and also eat the eggs that it lays, Mr. Speaker. That there must be something that we preserve for future generations in our economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have also, as a country, observed the dangers of misappropriation of national resources if we do not superintend over them with good pieces of law and good legislation. Mr. Speaker, we have a bill before us that seeks to provide the government with a buffer that is able to ring fence around the revenue shocks that we get in times like those we saw in the year 2024 when we had COVID, Mr. Speaker, and also in times of global economic shakeups, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is also a need for us to be able to provide for the financing
of strategic infrastructural development projects in our country, Mr. Speaker. And if not for anything else, Mr. Speaker, we as a House, our generation, must support this sovereign fund bill, Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reading through the bill, I do see Urithi, the heritage component of this sovereign wealth fund, Mr. Speaker, where this generation can walk in the direction that the chair for finance was telling us, of places like Norway, where you visit and find that out of their fuel resources, they are able to put a resource that serves not only the living generation, but for generations to come, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must have a fund that stabilizes and cushions our economy in times of shakeups, Mr. Speaker. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, this presents itself as a strategic infrastructure funding component, Mr. Speaker, where we find ourselves having to even borrow internally, Mr. Speaker, in a smart way, Mr. Speaker, where if we have a resource, rather than using that resource, we can use it as seed money that can be used in the projects that we need and the public goods that need to be delivered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reading this bill, I'm seeing the safeguards that have been inbuilt in the bill, Mr. Speaker. The place of the controller of budgets, Mr. Speaker. I do commend the committee for being able to look into the future and see what happened in the runner-up to the elections, the last elections, Mr. Speaker, when Telkom was raided and sold at a time when the country was busy going into electioneering process. So these safeguards, Mr. Speaker, are normal, are safeguards that are something that I support in this bill. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I must end by saying that we have completed the finance bill. There are people calling up young people to go out and destroy property. Mr. Speaker, we the people of Dagoretti South suffered the heavy brunt of the protests, Mr. Speaker. But knowing that there would be no good reason to go and protest against a finance bill that has already been passed, we must say that if it is a commemoration, it must be in the order of a commemoration, Mr. Speaker, that your rights end where my rights begin, Mr. Speaker. And so the banning of offices.
One minute only, so that Honorable KJ can conclude.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I was saying is that as we go into the commemoration of the happenings of June 2024, we must remind ourselves that as a country, we cannot be getting out and destroying the infrastructure that we have invested in. It was sad when people mobilized, politically mobilized people to go and burn down a police station where we neighbor Kikuyu constituency. When people mobilized young, annoying Kenyans to go and burn down the constituency office, Mr. Speaker, knowing full well that these are public resources, and to rebuild them, we must go back to our budgets, and we shall be visiting the same budget to be able to restore the things that were destroyed in this finance bill protest, Mr. Speaker. We do stand to remember those who may have lost their lives, Mr. Speaker, not only in 2024, but in protests that have gone before, Mr. Speaker, because we know that there have been protests before the 2024 protests, and these protests cannot be special. We must remember.
Yes, the Honorable Gitonga Mungara, the Chair Justice. And
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I rise to support this very important bill, I must start by saying that I even love the title given to the bill, that it creates sovereign wealth. Sovereigns in history were monarchies. Republics took over the title sovereign when they gained their independence. And now that Kenya is an independent republic, we have every right to take the sovereign title. Mr. Speaker, in 1884, the sovereigns of Europe met in a German city, which is Berlin. And what they were doing is exactly what we are doing today, to try and create sovereign wealth for those countries which would benefit, amongst everything else we have said here, including stabilization of the economy, critical infrastructure, and future generations. They were actually partitioning and dividing Africa between themselves purely for these purposes. Not because they loved our continent, not that they loved our own people, they were actually doing it for their own gain, creating sovereign wealth. Today, we debate a very important bill, the Sovereign Wealth Fund. It's going to become an act of parliament, and it is important we discuss what this fund is going to entail. First and foremost is stabilization. Stabilization means when the country is faced with hardships, including at times foreign exchange, this fund will be stepping in to ensure that the country does not sink deep. A very important component, because you've seen countries sometimes unable to manage themselves and they go down the drain. Number two, strategic infrastructure. There comes a time the country comes up with what is believed to be so strategic that you may not have any money to fund that. Instead of every day we run to lenders, some of whom are unscrupulous. They're not conscionable when they are lending us their money. It is, I give you a pound for another pound of flesh. This is a fund that is actually going to help the country develop such infrastructure. And now future generations, as these sovereigns were doing that time, it was purely for their own children so that they would be cushioned against poverty, not giving a damn what happened to Africa or what would happen to Africans. Mr. Speaker, we may not have a lot of endowment like the countries we have actually cited in our examples as we cite where this law is applied. But the little we have must be for ourselves as we live today. We must also bear in mind that we have children and the children's children who will be there tomorrow and who needs protection. This is foresight. And thank you, everybody. The bill is by the lead of majority. It has emanated from the cabinet. It's going to be implemented by our president, Dr. William Ruto, and his deputy, Professor Kithure Kindiki. And I like the accolades that were given to our chair, finance. We should extend them to the chair budget, who is seated over there. We've always called him an expert. This is another expert, and definitely the president and his deputy are experts. As for tomorrow, we must stand by what the Constitution provides. Everyone has a right to picket, but we remind them, their rights end where our rights begin. To our police officers, tomorrow, if anybody comes out into the streets to demonstrate, please give them security. But
give Honorable Murugara 1 minute.
But please do not destroy property, do not cause injury, do not make anyone to suffer loss of life. Because we've said where your rights end, my rights begin. Defenses to what anybody does in breach of the law include self-defense, where I feel threatened. Number two, defense to property, where I feel my property is threatened. We do not want to go that route. We call for peace. We call for understanding. Let the young people for whom we are making this law today just exercise their constitutional rights in a manner which is careful, knowing that tomorrow they will be where we are and their children will be where they are. I do support.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara, for the wise words. Is Honorable Atandi requesting to speak to this now or later?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You must know that Honorable Atandi is the expert.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to appreciate the Majority Leader for the manner in which he has explained the bill to us. Honorable Speaker, Kenya, under the leadership of President William Ruto, is making a lot of progress, especially in the exploration of oil and the identification of various minerals across the country. Honorable Speaker, it is estimated that the quantity of minerals in our country is worth trillions of dollars. And what we now need, Honorable Speaker, is to find a way in which we can be able to exploit those minerals for the benefit of the country now and for their future. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this bill is very, very, very important. One of the few bills that I am certain are products of experts in government. Honorable Speaker, as has been explained by the chairman of the Finance Committee, my friend, the competent member for Molo. Honorable Speaker, the future of our country depends on what we do right now and the plans we put in place in terms of law. And therefore, Speaker, for the future of our children, the resources that we are going to gain from the investments in minerals and oil exploration must be well utilized. And Honorable Speaker, there is nothing better than the law that we are discussing. Honorable Speaker, I went through some aspects of the law, and I'm very, very happy that there's the miscellaneous part of the bill that talks about the appropriation, how misappropriation of the resources from this fund will be dealt with. Honorable Speaker, it is very strictly clear that anybody who misappropriates these funds will be, the provisions are very, very strict. First of all, the penalties are very, very strenuous, and also that the bill protects the fund from politics. That 3 months before a general election, there shall be an audit that will tell us that, okay, we are going to a new regime, we are going to an election, and how the fund was implemented by the previous regime will be explained, so that to protect the fund from politicization and from the outgoing regime misusing the resources. Honorable Speaker, I really want to support the bill and urge members also to do the same, because the bill is going to reshape our country. Thank you. I support.
The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal. I'm still on the line of experts donated to government. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I waited here this long because I believe this is an extremely important bill, the Sovereign Wealth Bill. A country, just like a household, needs to save and look into the future. And a country, again, like a household, needs to have a buffer. If things go wrong, what do we do? And a country, you can only save from the natural resources which you have now. And if you are managing your things well now, that is the time to put something aside so that you can use it in the future. Natural resources are exhaustible. You have them today, tomorrow you don't have them. If you don't put something aside, you actually will definitely be in trouble later. And then you will face the curse, as the able chair of Finance Committee indicated. But we also need to know that at times, even when you have these resources, you can have shocks that can actually stop you from using those resources. So it is the best thing to do that we actually put in place a fund that looks at all this. And therefore, I support this bill. If you look at this bill, Mr. Speaker, Part 2 is actually the most important part of this bill. It establishes the bill and then brings the three components of the bill. And if you look at the components of the bill, future generation, we are saving not just for now, but we're saving for the future. What we can do with what we have now, we use. But what is surplus, we save. And then we have times when we actually have to stabilize the cost of living, for example. We have situations where suddenly things happen outside our boundaries in the bigger world economy that affects us very seriously. We need to protect our people, need to protect the cost of living, and therefore you need something which can stabilize. We are suffering the high cost of oil now for no reason that is of our own making, but what is happening elsewhere. So if you had a fund like this, probably we wouldn't have that. We would have been able to stabilize our economy. And Mr. Speaker, I like the logical sequence of this bill. As you are doing that, you might put in place infrastructure that helps you to actually grow your economy, for things to run, to manage your affairs. And that is the third part of this bill. And you look at it after that, you have, again in clause 5, it gives you the objects, which again is very much in harmony with what we want to do. The purpose of the fund shall be to provide national government with buffer from fluctuation in resource revenues, provide finance for strategic infrastructure investment, hold savings. So it is actually almost natural. You just ask, why didn't we do it before? How come we haven't done it before? And then you go to part 4, which actually explains, actually still in part 2, in clause 6, where are we going to get the resources that we are putting aside? And it is what we have now. Government share of profit derived from upstream petroleum, excluding share of profit payable elsewhere. Then all petroleum royalties payable to the government. So instead of just consuming these royalties, you put them aside. All mining royalties that are again payable to the government, all bonuses. So what we are saying that in Kenya today, if something comes that we didn't expect as a saving, we don't go to utilize it. We don't certainly expand our consumption, but we actually have a place where we can put it. And then you go into part 4, which is the management. And that management is in line with the Public Finance Management Act, again, clearly outlined in part 3. And then in part 5, it tells you how to invest, where to invest, what is allowed and what is not allowed. I think this is a very well-designed bill. It meets our needs, and it also goes ahead to look at, we have to change other laws to accommodate it, and we have laws in miscellaneous.
Thank you. Honorable David Mboni will speak after Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona because of rank and precedence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to cautiously support. And the reason why I'm cautiously supporting is because this bill on the face of it is extremely good, especially for this country. I was earlier at a function and I was being interviewed by one of these young people trying to make a living. And they asked me, what do I think Kenya really needs? And what we need is hope, especially for the young people and for the future. And so when you have a bill that is looking at investing in our future, it's actually what the country needs. And Mr. Speaker, I will not go to what the others say, but I just want to put a cautionary tale and indicate that if you look at other countries that have gone through this, you find countries that are considered very highly successful, like Norway, that has a government pension fund global. And the Norwegian fund was established in 1990, and their assets exceed US dollars 1.8 trillion. Singapore, which has the Temasek Holding and GIC, and which invests national reserves globally, the assets exceeds US 800 billion combined. Botswana has a Pula Fund, established in 1994, has helped stabilize the economy and preserve wealth for future generations. Then we have Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, created in 2011, and considered fairly successful as well. But we also have mixed successes in Chile and Kazakhstan. But then, and I think we can borrow very largely from these countries, and from these countries, one of the things you see very clearly is that they have independent and professional management. Then we have strong parliamentary oversight and public transparency. I know that there are people have raised the issue of constitutional conflict with the consolidated fund, for instance. And should somebody go to court, we leave that for the courts to determine. But then there's a very big role for Parliament to ensure proper oversight. Then there's clear rules on deposits and withdrawals. There's limited political interference, investment of surplus or natural resource revenues rather than borrowed funds, and long-term saving objectives benefiting the future generations. And this is where I have my cautionary tale. That Kenya, if you look at Kenya, and you look at the countries I've mentioned, the countries that we appear more comparable to is, of course, Singapore, Botswana, and Nigeria, that have a stabilization functions, infrastructure investment window, and future generation saving components. However, we also have Malaysia that has not done very well, which would be considered a notable failure. And Kenya needs to be careful to learn from Malaysia, which was intended as a strategic sovereign investment fund for their fund, but it became embroiled in one of the world's largest corruption scandals. Billions of dollars were allegedly misappropriated, and it demonstrates how weak oversight can undermine such funds. And the reason why I said I'm very cautiously optimistic is because we know that Kenya, one of the things that bedevils us is the issue of corruption. So when we set up something so noble, so good, I think even since I came to Parliament, this is one of the best bills I've seen. But will we be able to stay true to the objectives and aims of this bill when it becomes law? Or is it a cash cow that people will be using to enrich themselves? And we have oversight mechanisms, but we don't give regard to them. We were talking earlier about counties, and we can see how people are looting our counties dry. But because of political correctness, we just turn, if you could please give me a minute, we turn a blind eye to people looting the counties dry. Will not this be another case? So that's why I'm saying it's an excellent idea, but I'm very worried that unless we deal with corruption, we might go the same route as Malaysia. And finally, I just want to encourage our police that tomorrow, should people come out, just be human, really. Just be human. Do your work, don't kill, don't shoot.
Give Honorable Millie 1 minute.
Thank you. Don't shoot, don't kill. And I'll be speaking as a former expert demonstrator. And if I was shot and I was killed, I wouldn't be here in this parliament today. So I would want to encourage caution and responsibility on both sides. Those who are demonstrating, should you come out, please don't destroy, don't hurt other people and don't destroy property. But should people come out as police, be civil, be human, don't shoot people, don't kill people. We are all Kenyans. Why are we killing each other? Thank you, and I support cautiously.
The Honorable David Boni had gotten my recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of Finance Committee, I support the bill. And Speaker, this bill addresses the concerns which were raised by Kenyans when we are doing public participation on the sale of Safaricom shares. Because the issue was, if you sell everything, what are you going to leave for future generation? And I think this bill now addresses that. Mr. Speaker, there are very many various funds which have been very successful. The Norwegian government pension fund, which controls, which has a market value of 2 billion shillings, 2 trillion US dollars, which is around 260 trillion. That can fund our budget for over 50 years and pay all the loans. Mr. Speaker, the bill has some clauses which we also need to look at. The first one being the clause 5, which addresses the purpose of the bill. And also the proposed purpose of the bill is to cushion the country from extraordinary shocks. And the Speaker, we have to think about what is extraordinary shocks. And to me, these extraordinary shocks should be the shocks which are related to macroeconomic stability. Issues to do with exchange rate, issues to do with oil shocks, issues to do with interest rates and inflation, so that at least we are addressing the macroeconomic stability. Because if we leave it open, even the drought issues will come in, which should be addressed elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, clause 6 of the bill proposes the sources of revenue for the fund, which is proposed share of government share of petroleum and royalties, both from petroleum and gases. But, Speaker, it's very important we also include a percentage or a portion of sale of government shares in some of these enterprises, so that in the future we have fund for the future. This actually was proposed by the stakeholders during participation. Mr. Speaker, the issue of stabilization. This is a clause 11.7. It is proposing that the maximum of 10 billion and in excess of that 10 billion to address the issue of stabilization, in excess should go to public debt. I think that issue of public debt, which should be approved by the Parliament and Cabinet Secretary, should not come in here. The funds should not be used for public participation, for public debt. Mr. Speaker, the issue of strategic infrastructure, this clause 12, this is basically borrowing from the National Infrastructure Fund. So the issue of strategic infrastructure should be the infrastructure which is going to be used for the purpose of the minerals. If it's a pipeline, should be the pipeline. Refineries or transportation, railway, which should be used for transportation. Because if you leave it open, and the National Environment Fund is addressing that. Therefore, we don't even need to have it there, but we need to structure that. Mr. Speaker, clause 42 is restricting investment to speculative derivatives and listed real estate private equity. When you look at the fund for Norway fund has invested in 7,200 companies across the globe. They control 1.5% of listed companies in Kenya, in the world. Therefore, we need to open that so that even here, the fund can invest in, for example,
Give Honorable Mboni 1 minute.
Yeah, the fund can also invest in some of the companies which are profitable, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't need to restrict it to only government securities. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we also need to bring a clause whereby we are talking about joint venture. For example, if we want to invest in refinery and we don't have enough money, we can enter into joint investment with other investors so that, because to do like a refinery is very expensive. But if the fund can invest a percentage of the fund into the refinery, it's going to be very good, very important, very good for the fund. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Robert Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to make my contribution. On the onset, I want to support the Sovereign Wealth Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. And Honorable Speaker, just from the contribution from the Majority Leader and also from the Chair Finance, sovereignty means it is independence. It is where you have the power to be able to support yourself. And therefore, this is giving a future to our generation. This is giving a future to our children to make sure that whatever the wealth we have in our country, part of it should be able to be put into this fund so that the future generation can also benefit from what we have. You know, Honorable Speaker, when you also harvest your food, me, I'm a maize farmer, I plant maize, I plant coffee. You don't eat everything today. You make sure that part of that you put in the store after you've tried it. Make sure that the store, there are no rats to eat the food. You make sure there are no weevils. And therefore, you must put the safeguards. This must also have safeguards. You have the control of budget being involved. You have making sure that this is a fund that is protected and it can be able to stay longer. Looking at the Norway example, where they are able to drill their oil, gases, and they decided that a portion of this can be saved over a period of time. And that saving has actually accumulated. It means all of us, when we copy that, our neighbors have done it, and therefore, this is timely that this administration, after more than 60 years, I think we got independence 63, so this is 63 years down the road. This is the first administration that is thinking that we should not just get everything, we eat as if there are no future generations. As if this country is going somewhere. So I think, to me, this is an excellent idea by the President and his administration to make sure that we have something that exists beyond our lifetime. And I think generations to come will remember President William Ruto as having come up with a fund that when the country is in stress, we can be able to go into this fund and be able to save our country from the various macroeconomic shocks. As we see today, where we have the oil prices going up due to what is happening in the Middle East, if we had a sovereign fund, sovereign wealth fund, we would not be where we are today. So with those few remarks, I want to support.
Honorable Kasim.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Na nafikiri ningelala mgonjwa kama singepata hii fursa, kwa sababu katika hii nchi yetu ya Kenya, mahali ambapo kumeshawahi kutolewa rasilimali ya matrilioni na mabilioni ni Kwale, wakati tukiwa na ile kampuni ya Best Titanium. Hiyo inajulikana wazi. Na kwa huu mswada niweze kumshukuru Rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto kwa sababu wakati akitafuta kura ni jambo ambalo tuliweza kumwelezea sisi watu wa Kwale hasa kwamba base titanium na madini mengine yamechimbwa mengi ya thamani, lakini ni kitu gani ambacho sisi wa Kwale ama wa Kenya kwa ujumla tutaweza kusema tulikuwa na rasilimali hii? Hivi ninavyozungumza hakuna chochote cha kuonyesha. Base titanium ilichimba kwa miaka 10, ikachukua rasilimali yetu, ikaenda. Saa hizi tumeachiwa mabawa, labda tuwakumbushe tu kwamba mbu ambao sasa wanatuuma sehemu ile ni kwa sababu ya madini yaliyokuwapo, na hiyo sio sifa nzuri ya kueleza vijana wetu na vizazi vinavyokuja. Kwa hivyo, kwanza ningetaka kutoa shukrani kwa rais kwamba ile ahadi aliyosema mkinipatia kura nitakuwa na suluhu ya mambo kama haya leo yameweza kutokea, na mimi nikiwa mojawapo katika kuingia katika kumbukumbu za kihistoria kuhakikisha kwamba tunatengeneza sheria ambayo wakati rasilimali zetu zitakuwa zinatumika, basi vizazi vijavyo vitaweza kukumbuka na kunufaika kulingana na faida hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi ninavyozungumza tuna madini ya Mlima Hills ambayo sote tunayajua. Yanasemekana ndio madini dunia nzima ambayo yana thamani zaidi kwa sababu yale ni madini ambayo sio ya kawaida. Hatuzungumzii dhahabu, hatuzungumzii chuma, hatuzungumzii fedha. Ni madini ambayo wanasema ni rare earth. Ulimwengu mzima Mwenyezi Mungu kaona kwamba ni jambo la busara sisi kutupatia madini hayo yakiwa Kwale na yakiwa Kenya. Tumekuwa na tashwishi kubwa kwamba ikiwa base titanium ilifanya vile ilivyofanya, tumebaki na mabwawa ya mbu. Je, Mlima Hills ambayo ni kubwa zaidi, ina thamani zaidi, endapo ingechimbwa kulingana na ule mfumo wa zamani bila kuwa na sheria hii, tungenufaika vipi? Wa Kenya wangenufaika vipi? Wa Kwale wangenufaika vipi? Vizazi vinavyokuja. Kwa hivyo sheria hii kupitia kwa rais na mazungumzo tuliokuwa nayo ni muafaka ya kuungwa mkono na kila mmoja, na kuambia wenzangu wa Kwale, kwa sababu tumekuwa na haya mazungumzo na wizara na hata na rais na wengineo, kwamba tulikuwa na wasiwasi kufikia kwamba ikiwa basi hali itakuwa kama ile iliyotokea pale mwanzoni na base titanium, basi hatuoni haja ya haya madini kuchimbwa. Lakini ningetaka niwaambie wa Kenya na wa Kwale kwamba historia inatengenezwa leo. Kuna sheria ambayo tunaiunda, ambayo inaundwa kwamba tusiwe na wasiwasi tena, tusiwe na shaka tena kwamba endapo madini yetu ya mlima ya Kwale yatachimbwa yatapotea kama vile ilivyopotea rasilimali yetu ya base titanium. Niongezee hapa ya kwamba wakati tunachimbiwa madini kuna sheria ile ya madini, the Mining Act, ambayo pia iko kisheria. Hapa kuna tatizo ambalo lilitokea, lakini natumaini kwamba tuendapo tukitengeneza hii sheria na tukirekebisha katika sehemu zitakazofuata, tutaweza pia kuweka wazi kwamba mbali na kuwekeza kwa niaba ya vizazi vijavyo, wale wenyeji ambao wako pale waweze kunufaika kwa wakati uliopo, kwa sababu hakuwezi kuwa na vizazi vijavyo wakati wale walioko sasa hawanufaiki, wanadhalilika na wanateseka. Kwa hivyo hicho ni kifungu ambacho nadhani tukiendelea mbele tutaweza kulipigia msasa kuona kwamba watu hawatadhulumika tena. Nasimama na kuiunga mkono hoja hii, sio kwa mikono peke yake, nitaongezea na miguu kwa ile furaha nilionayo kwamba hatutadhulumika tena sisi ambao tutakuwa na rasilimali kama hizo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Mheshimiwa Rindikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support this bill. From the onset, the bill is part of the history of the broad-based government. Mr. Speaker, we have seen great things being implemented during this time. Infrastructure fund, the finance policy, the debt management policy, things that have never been done before. This bill is part of the new thinking of fiscal maturity of our country. And I want to thank the mover and the seconder, because for the first time, Kenya now has started positioning itself as a financial hub. The thinking that many countries thought before is now happening in Kenya. And we really need to be proud of this 13th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I know many critics will start coming and saying we have infrastructure fund. I want to tell them from the onset, there's a difference between the infrastructure fund and the sovereign fund. We are encouraging savings. We are encouraging investment for today and for the future. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor so much because we have established the benefit of having the sovereign fund. Mr. Speaker, we have relied so much on debts, and now this is creating a long-term avenue for us to finance our economies going forward. Mr. Speaker, the young people who went on demonstration 2024 is because they were saying there is nothing that the government is doing for the young people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the young people out there that this is one of the things that the government is doing for the future of this country. And therefore, if they are listening, we are establishing a solution for the future. And that's the benefit of having this bill. This bill has answered one question which has always been coming as a problem, and that is governance. Mr. Speaker, this bill has brought in the issue of good governance, and I want to tell Kenyans with confidence, there is now ring-fenced. This fund is ring-fenced because the issues of governance have been addressed. The issue of accountability and transparency have been addressed by this bill. This bill has brought in the clear responsibilities of professional management. And Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that now the political interferences have been blocked from this. So I want to thank the majority leader for coming in handy, and I plead again with the young people tomorrow. Timao has been a center of demonstrations of late. I want to advise them, it is very easy to destroy what we have built over the years. Please, as you serve your master who is forcing you to go to the street, remember, if you destroy a load that have been put, you have created a disruption of the economies of this country. I want to support this bill and encourage and congratulate the President for giving us the opportunity to think widely, with no limitation, and implement as a parliament what we think is best for this country. And we really, should feel indebted to His Excellency the President and his administration. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think...
You know they were producing petroleum the other day.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Owenby.
Honorable Speaker, I want to, after he finishes, that we call the mover to reply. Looking at the time, and we have some very fundamental matter to do, which we must conclude before 9. And this bill will definitely come to committee of the whole, and we will say the things we want to say now during the committee of the whole. And therefore, We must finish, Kara.
Honorable John Namwit, try compressing
we must
your...
finish, Kara. We don't have...
Speaker, thank you so much.
Honorable
Speaker,
John Namwit, can you do less than 3 minutes? Yeah.
Speaker, I want to thank you from the onset. I want to register my support to this bill, and this is one of the best bills that this 13th Parliament and this government of Dr. William Ruto, President of Kenya, will always be remembered for. Honorable Speaker, being a oil-producing county, which will be launching the first one to Mombasa very soon in December or January 2027. Honorable Speaker, allow me to say that the counties or the areas that are producing minerals or any other extractive will be the ones to first support this bill by the point that development through this bill will be realized from the onset. In the Petroleum Act, for example, there is a 25% and a 75%, 25 for the community, for the county and the community, and then 75 for the country. Honorable Speaker, this bill is an assurance that whatever is going to be set aside as a revenue from these oil reserves, oil revenue, will be used or utilized to develop these counties or these areas where oil comes from. And number two, I will want to support the journey to Singapore now through this bill, because this bill will help us to save and create investments that will enable us journey towards that. Number three, the issue of intergenerational equity and savings for the future is realized also through this bill. When you get to countries like Canada, where oil is produced, for that case Alberta, you will find the natives or the First Nations of Alberta, the Aborigines. They actually appreciate that the country takes care of their welfare in terms of ensuring that they get royalties from this. And through this bill, Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support, and it is one of the best that has come. It must have even happened like yesterday. Thank you.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi in under 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, it's very unfair. We sit here for 4 hours waiting to debate this, and then you want to take it away from us. Honorable Speaker, I rise up under Standing Order number 35 and draw your attention to the fact that there's no quorum in the House. It's not being stupid. You must respect us. There's no quorum in the House.
Yes, Honorable Kasim Tandaza.
There must be respect.
Honorable Speaker, is the honorable member, because I don't want to use some derogatory language, to call honorable members the term that he has actually used. I'm even afraid of using it against just mentioning that we are stupid. Is that what you said? And you are proud of that? You want your electorates to know that you are calling your fellow colleagues stupid? And you are also in this house, honorable member? Is he in order? Thank you.
Honorable Kasim Tandaza, sit down. The Honorable Karoli Omondi, did you use the words stop being stupid in reference to members?
Mr. Speaker, I said I rise under Standing Order number 35 to draw your attention to the fact that there's no quorum in the House.
No, that is fine.
And I said, you have to respect us. We are not stupid. That's what I said. Get the Hansard. Get the Hansard. Get the Hansard. And yes, that's what I said.
What is the answer? Confirm immediately. Honorable Karoli Omondi, you know you made those words just when you are recognized to make your contributions. I want to caution again. If you said stop being stupid, or you used the word stupid in reference either to the speaker or to the House, withdraw it before it is checked, because it is being checked.
Honorable Speaker, just check. I said we are not. I did not say the Speaker of the House. That's what I said. Because we are being treated here we sit here up to this time, the whole afternoon. Yes, if you want me to withdraw the word stupid, I've withdrawn it.
You cannot lament.
Okay, I've withdrawn the word stupid. Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order number 35 to draw your attention to the fact that there's no quorum in the House.
Honorable Speaker, you know, I had cautioned Honorable Karoli Omondi earlier on his recent behavior in the House. I don't know what is informing this anger in the Honorable Karoli Omondi. And you know, it's very dangerous when you are growing old to be consumed by anger. And I can confirm, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I would want us to go back to the Hansard, because the Honorable Karoli Omondi indeed did draw your attention to the fact that there is no quorum after he had been given an opportunity to speak, having lamented that you had not noticed him. And Honorable Speaker, when he raised that, members protested because all these other members in the House at least have got something substantive to contribute to this bill. But Karoli Omondi is right in his place to say there is no quorum. If he feels there is no quorum, he can draw your attention to that. But further to that, he said, stop being stupid. And Honorable Speaker, I would beseech you to direct that we check the Hansard, and if Karoli Omondi indeed did utter those words, because from where I'm seated, I heard him. The Honorable Kasim Tandaza heard him from where he is. If he did not hear himself, or if he's not in the, if he's, you know, it is 12 minutes to 9 p.m., Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Karoli Omondi may not have the capacity at this hour to know what he has said. We must confirm from the Hansard. If he has said those, I will be seeking, and I will be the one moving the motion to name the Honorable Karoli Omondi, because we must conduct business in the House with the dignity that it deserves. If any member has no dignity for himself, we have dignity ourselves. Nobody, no member of this House is stupid. No member, including the member for Kasuba South, is stupid. And Honorable Speaker, we must protect the dignity of every member of this House, including the member for Suba South, the Honorable Karoli Omondi. I will always protect your dignity. And Honorable Speaker, I beg, Honorable Speaker, that you do direct that the Hansard be checked. And Honorable Speaker, we had consultations with the chair of the Finance Committee.
Traditionally, when a person stands under Standing Order number 95, there is a range of discretion the Speaker has to determine whether a question should be put that the mover replies, or opportunity can be given to a few more members. And that is why Honorable Owen Bayer raised the issue, Honorable Karoli. But you saw the Speaker still allow Honorable John Amoit. I didn't put question. I still allow you. In fact, unknown to you, I'd recognized Honorable Mishi Mboko to speak after you, and then Honorable Ruida. So I must be, because your request is here. Yes, your request is here to date. And so I was acutely aware that while least a member has the right to stand under 95, have a discretion as the presiding officer to, determine whether there is still interest in a matter from members. And I made that determination. That is why I was actually picking you to speak. You are in your right place to, raise the issue of quorum. And by the way, the Speaker has no notice until it is raised. And, ordinarily, once you raise what you are raising, the bell should be rung. I'm currently under Standing Order number 1. Because of that state, Honorable Karoli, because of what I had and other members had, which is different from what you say, you will leave the speaker with no reason but to call for the answer, which is being checked already. I wanted to say that because you are a very good member in the House, if you said in reference to either the speaker or the members, and you use the words "stop being stupid," please withdraw them so that we go to those procedural processes. And I apologize for the dignity of not just the chair, but all of us.
Honorable Speaker, I've said, I did not say the speaker is stupid or the members are stupid. I said, we are not stupid. Meaning those who are on this, that's what I said. And the Hansard will bear me. That I do. Yes, and in any event, I already withdrew the assertion that that on our side we are not stupid.
Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Yes.
It is being confirmed to me that what I had, what Honorable Kasim had, what several members across the aisles had, that you said stop being stupid, is what is on the answered. Honorable Karoli Omondi, I'm giving you the last chance to withdraw the terms "stop being stupid" and apologize both to the Speaker and to the members and the House.
Honorable Speaker, I have no problem withdrawing those words.
No.
And I have no problem apologizing to the Speaker and to the members. Because as far as I know, what I said was we are not stupid. But if that is what you recorded, I withdraw and apologize. Nonetheless, I rise up under Standing Order number 35 and once again draw your attention to the fact that there is no quorum in the House.
Honorable Karoli Omondi. Yes. The Speaker does not record anything. I'm telling you the answer says, can you make an unequivocal withdrawal and apology?
No. Honorable Speaker, I have already withdrawn and apologized. And one more time, I will withdraw and apologize, okay? But I've said that. I withdraw and apologize. And one more time, I rise under Standing Order number 35 to draw your attention to the fact that there's no quorum in the House.
First you are apologizing and withdrawing and apologizing. Then you sit down. You apologize and withdraw and sit down. Then you ask for another.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, do you want to withdraw those terminologies you used and apologize? Or I proceed under Standing Order number 17A straight away.
I withdraw and apologize. And under Standing Order number 35, I again draw your attention.
Honorable Karoli. Honorable Karoli, I'm going to deal with you now under Standing Order number 107A. 107A. And just for clarity, let me read it to you. A member commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the member defies a ruling or direction of the Speaker or chairperson of committees, declines
to explain or retract use of unparliamentary words or declines to offer apologies despite having been ordered to do so by the Speaker, demonstrates or makes disruptive utterances against the suspension of a member, attempts to or causes to use disorder or whatever nature during an address by a visiting dignitary. But let me skip F, G, and H, and even I, and go to sub-standing order 2. It says in this standing order, unparliamentary language means the use of words which in the opinion of the person presiding are deemed to be impolite, rude, abusive, or inconsistent with parliamentary procedures or practice. Sub-standing order 3, the Speaker may call a member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to order and shall order the member to withdraw immediately from the precincts of the Assembly for a minimum of 5 days and a maximum of 28 days, including the day of suspension. I called upon you, notifying you of the use of the word "stop being stupid" in reference to both the Speaker and the House, and I requested you do so severally, with clarity and unequivocally, and you did refuse. I will, this being the first time I'm meting out this punishment, suspend you from the House for a period of 5 days. I'll give you the minimum 5 days so that it is a caution to all of us. And let me make the members understand that when you dishonor the House, rules of procedure become secondary to the powers of the procedure under standing order number 1. Honorable Karoli, you're accordingly ordered to exit the precincts, and you'll be out of the service of the House for 5 days, and undo so immediately. As you exit, I direct that the quorum bell be rung. Honorable Karoli Omondi, that decision takes effect immediately. And don't require us to require the sergeant at arms to forcibly remove you, because there is a greater consequence to that.
He's shouting. You should add 10 more days.
Honorable Karoli, do I order the sergeants? I order the quorum bell to stop ringing. Honorable Mukunji, order, we are adjourning the House. Honorable members, and the time being 9 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 25th day of June 2026 at 2:30 p.m.